Looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, Streamlabs keeps changing everything, man. Everything's looking different. So I guess we'll just have to spend some time looking at some of the new options it has this week. I do need to send Damon a quick message. We got to I'll just flip it. Bear with me just a second. Well, hope everybody had it. I log on and the first thing I see is showing a picture of the torrential rains we had during Hillbilly Jam. I guess it was Friday evening. It rained torrentially. What's going on, Jason? What's up, brother? Hey, Brian. So let me do the deed. Send out the links. Be nice if StreamYard streamline that. And here I got my headphones on again. I don't need them. I don't know. I keep doing that. I guess it's out of habit, just having them on. As soon as I heard myself talk, I went, the hell, leave that shit on. All right, let me share the link here. Maybe I shouldn't even leave those headphones on. I've been nodding off this afternoon, so I might need them on so somebody can somehow make a noise and wake me up. So give me just a few. So I hope everybody's got some questions and got some stuff going. I've got some watermelon going for that contest. We got to see how that's gonna do. I know it works out pretty quickly, but I've got a few secrets, a few tricks up my sleeve to try. Takes me a few minutes. I hate this time. So, what's going on, John? Thanks, brother. Yeah, I'll jump back in here and make sure there's no questions. Make sure everybody knows I'm sharing links. So I'll be right back with everybody as soon as I get a chance. Give me just a minute to get all these out there. Got to spread the word. I wish I could just bring it up and click down through the groups and do it all in one window. That'd be just real nice. I've seen it before. You're able to do that, but I'm not quite sure how to do it from this page. I've tried a lot of different ways, and I'm not able to get that. So bear with me. We'll get it. We'll get it all done here. So everybody tell me what they did all weekend. Well, I saw a picture there on that page. Somebody had a car full of apples. Also see on this page somebody using a marker on top of their jar lids. I found I like just putting painter's tape on mine. That way when everything's done I can peel it off and I don't have a big black 3 or a number right in the middle of my lid, and I can use it for something else. I can get these last 2 in there and we'll be good. Aha, the last one I didn't get in there. Oh well. It feels funny without that headset on. What's going on, Curtis? That's awesome, John. Well, you've come to the right place. Hey, Alan. WMG. What's going on? I'm trying to think what that stands for. Weapons of mass goodness. What's going on, Superstar Gaming? My day's going pretty good, brother. How about yourself? What's up, Kevin? What's up, Josephus? Sugars and tobacco leaves to make a mash. Well, that's an interesting question. Not quite sure how starchy and how, but we'll definitely do some research on that in here in just a minute and get that answer. That's something I've never really thought of or come across, but it's a damn good question. I know I've seen some bourbon makers, do the cigar flavoring, flavoring with cigars and stuff, but see how much sugars. Tobacco leaves glucose, fructose, and sucrose, so can be a significant portion of the leaf's weight, up to 20%, which means it's possible, but it would probably take a lot. Let's see. Virginia tobacco has about 8 to 30%, while burley only has about 1 or 2. So yeah, you definitely have to be very selective about what tobacco that you used. I think Virginia tobacco. Now correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not. I used to chew it and I used to smoke the hell out of it. But Virginia tobacco smoking and burley more of a chewing, or do I have it backwards? Oriental tobacco around 10 to 20. They talk about flue curing the tobacco to retain at high temperature to retain more sugars. And I do know that if you were to chew it and spit it into a spittoon, it would ferment because there's enzymes in your spit, and there's probably enough wild yeast in the air to ferment it. But yeah, there is 20%. So, it would probably take quite a bit, but that'd be pretty interesting. Good question, Josephus. That's not something I've come across. My favorite corn. Well, if I had to pick one, it'd probably be good old yellow dent because it's so cheap and it's got so much sugar in it or starches that you can convert. I'd have to go with good old yellow dent because of its price, its availability, and that's what most liquor's made of. There's a lot of craft liquor that's made, and I'm not saying that the others aren't better because most of them, a lot of them, I should say, are. The blue is got some sweetness to it that you don't get from the yellow dent, or different sweetness, I should say, a more unique sweetness. Some are more earthy, but if they were all the same price and the same availability, it'd probably be a different answer. But because yellow dent's so available, so cheap, and what's going on, Marcus? What's up, brother? Because it's so available, I would have to say good old yellow dent. I know that Pappy and some of the best bourbons and whiskeys and liquors have all been made with it for a long, long time. So I'm assuming that would probably be the best. What is my DOD? Date of death? I'm still alive, brother. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be an anagram for. You got to give me more info, brother. Got one of these 8-gallon beaver setups and can't get any taste out of it. What are you doing wrong? No. And I'm never too busy, brother. I try to get to every question, and I will tell people I do get behind. So if I don't answer your question immediately, don't get butthurt. I ain't got to yet. I will get to it. So hang in here with me, and because I scroll through them all before the night's over. I promise you that I'll get to them all, and try to answer everyone. What's going on, Alfredo? What's up, brother? That's what I thought. Day to death. I've died a long time ago, brother. You're looking at an angel, motherfucker. Let's see. So, not getting any taste. Well, let me start. The distillation process is a process to remove contaminants, anything, like distilling water. We distill water to remove impurities, right? Well, unfortunately, when we distill alcohol, we remove a lot of those impurities too. And a lot of those impurities are flavonoids and other things that give us the flavor. So we try to defeat that by several different methods. You can turn the heat up and get a faster drip and more water to carry over. Water will be where a lot of your flavors carried. But it may be the actual, what are you distilling? I mean, if you're making a sugar shine, you're not going to have a whole lot of flavor to start with. So, um, but it would depend on, a lot of brandies. It's a lot of times people do. Well, I've done it myself. Sometimes you're not going to get a lot of flavor to carry over. And if your process is streamlined, or you don't have infusion chambers and things like that, a lot of times you're not going to get a lot of carryover. It's just going to taste like alcohol, and you might get hints, and that's typical. You're not doing anything wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. That's why we mix drinks, so we can get flavor in it, right? And unfortunately, if the process was, a lot easier, we'd be able to carry it forward a lot more flavor, and all these brandies would, smack you with flavor, but they don't. We lose a lot of flavor during the distillation process, which is why a lot of times when I make wines and stuff, if to make a brandy with, if it's good as a wine, and it tastes really good as a wine, I'll stop it there, because I know when I distill it, I'm going to lose most of that good flavor. So, um, some of my best brandies were wines that weren't that great as a wine, because I distilled it instead of bottling it up. But there are ways to kind of defeat it. Jar rigs, or infusion chambers, or inline infusers, or something of that, or loading your thumper up. There are lots of ways to try to add and get that flavor back, right? So, as it comes off the steel, it's not carrying that much flavor. It goes into either a thumper or an infusion chamber, and it's packed with concentrated, flavors to try to, force that flavor into it. So you're not doing anything wrong. I can tell you from experience, no flavor would be better than some of the first timers. My first time, I wish it didn't have any flavor, because it was scorched. It was horrible. So, your first time not getting flavor means you're doing, something right. It's just that we got to work on flavor carry now. So if it wasn't bad and it didn't taste like fingernail polish remover, then you're doing pretty good. So don't get discouraged. But there's things that we can do to try to add flavor in it. I know that a lot of the bever comes with a little thumper. I think it's either a thumper. If you don't put the downcomer in there, it's just what they call puke, catches the puke. What they call it, my mind. Anyway, it catches anything that comes out of the boiler before it goes on in through the condenser. I'm trying to think what they call that. It's not the puke box. It's something like a puke box. I can't think what it's called. What's going on, Jeff? But anyway, so we use that to kind of catch it, and if you put flavors in there, it can kind of carry forward. It's really tough though with those setups to try to set it up to infuse. But they do make some jar rigs. I mean, eventually, you're going to work on your bever. You're going to streamline it. You're going to learn to do things. It's best not even to try anything. Just continue to. What were you distilling, Gary? I mean, I would continue doing sugar and cornmeal, and get the process down. You can put some cream corn. If you want a slobber box. Thank you, Jeff. I couldn't think of that, man. I was trying to rack of my mind. Slobber box. I was thinking puke box. But if you don't put that little copper piece in it, it just basically catches the puke that gets puked over from your main boiler. But if you put that copper downcomer in there, it becomes a thumper or a doubler, and you can put flavors in there. But it's hard to recharge. On that, it's just not practical to try to recharge and stuff, which is why a lot of people make attachments, jar rigs or chambers that you can attach to it to infuse flavors, dump it out, infuse more flavors, dump it out while the process is going. So, but that's more advanced. Just continue what you're doing, brother, and you're making alcohol. That's what we're doing. So, um, just keep it going. Get handy at making a good thin mash, and then once you get a little bit of time under your belt, we can advance to making, well, what's going to happen next is you're going to say, man, it's a lot of work for such a little bit of alcohol. It's 8-gallon pot. I guess you're going to put maybe 6 gallons in there, and you're probably going to get a couple of quarts out of it, and you're going to be like, damn, I wish I could get a little more than this. That's an awful lot of work for just a little bit of alcohol. So, and it's tough to make cuts and the smaller ones. So, keep up what you're doing, work on making your cuts, and neutral tasting alcohol is good alcohol. You can mix it with a drink or proof it down, drink it like it's a vodka basically. If it doesn't have any taste, it's essentially a vodka. So just mix it with some orange juice and be happy with whatever you like to do. But you're doing good. I mean, if you ran a run and it doesn't have any taste, or at least no taste is better than bad taste. So that's the plus side. So let's keep working and you'll get it, man. We'll get you getting some flavors. But I do want to know what you mashed in. Yeah, good question, Scott. Yeah, I'd like to know. Let's see, did he answer? No. Gary, tell us what you got mashed in, brother. Maybe we can help you with the flavor and what you should be expecting. Yeah, it's great meeting you too, Dave. Had a good time, brother. It was a good time for sure. We inquiring minds. We need to know, don't we, Scott? Let us know, Gary. We can help you once we know what that mash was. Because if it's a fruit, maybe it's the fruit that you use, just like watermelon doesn't have a lot of carryover. Some fruits don't have a lot of carryover. Straight corn, you're going to get a little bit, corn flavor. If you don't know what you're looking for, it's not going to smack you down, with you don't have with an 8-gallon putting out a little bit. It's challenging, but hey, like I said, no taste is better than bad taste. What's going on, Brian? Welcome to the group, brother. Welcome to the group. So if you want to get caught up, we got some from British Columbia. Awesome, brother. Beautiful, beautiful area there. So if you want to get caught up, we got weeks and weeks and weeks of back episodes. You can go back. I think about a month ago, we did some beginning to ends for people that are beginning, and we'll continue to do that. We'll answer any question you got. But in your spare time, if you want to go back and look at some of the older episodes, not too far back. I think it was like 6 weeks maybe ago. We started doing the how-tos and the beginning to ends, and then I got into a little bit more of the science in the last week or two. But I guess about 4 weeks ago, we did the beginning to end grain and went from beginning to end. And I am going to type up a how-to from beginning to end for people just to help have a guide there to go by as they do things, because I know it's hard to remember everything and just the basic steps, of what to do and the steps to do it, and kind of a just a checklist for a lot of beginners to kind of look at and go through, and it'll be very helpful. And I'm going to post it so I can always refer to it or share it with beginners, and hopefully it'll answer a lot of their questions. And if it doesn't, that's what we're here for. But welcome to the group, Brian. Wonder if the flavor would come through in a tobacco mash. Yeah, I wonder. I was reading the cigar bourbon stuff, and like we're talking about, but I never really thought about the sugars in the leaf. That's a good thought, man. I mean, that's be something interesting to try. I mean, I'm in tobacco country here, but they don't. Here in Kentucky, they don't grow so much anymore. They've basically subsidized the farmers out of it and made it to where you don't see a lot of fields of tobacco here anymore like you used to. Maybe in Virginia, but was it Virginia that they said that would be the best place to go for that? Let's see here. Yeah, Virginia tobacco, 8 to 30%. Burley. Remember, don't use the burley because that's only 1 to 2%. So it's going to be very selective on what tobacco that you use. So try to find you some Virginia tobacco, or I'm not sure if, let me look and see if that is Virginia tobacco. Virginia tobacco is primarily used for smoking. So, but also can be used in chewing. All right, now let me ask the same question about burley. Now they say burley's cigarette tobacco leaf as well. Oh, it's used to make it stronger, so it's blended as a filler and chewing. So I'm guessing burley's probably used a little more for chewing and as a filler for. No, see, we all learn something. I smoked for a long time, and I never really had enough interest to read up on all that stuff. Dan Hurd, Rockin' Jim. So is this guy that does the panty for gold and stuff? What's going on, Tony? Made it home. It's good to meet you too, brother. All right, here we go. Starting apple brandy wash on the 28th, and it's rolling and smelling great. Awesome, brother. Nothing like that. Yeah, man, they can start smelling pretty good, can't they? And I tell you, when it's all said and done, you may end up just wanting to keep it as wines. April wine or apple wine makes a pretty good wine. April wine. Oh, group. I used to listen to them a lot. Use an 8-gallon, getting great taste. Yeah, you'll have to get it up there to about 190 for sure. Let me show the chart. A lot of people are under the misconception that since alcohol boils at 173.1, a lot of people think, and it's logical to think this, and it does work this way in fractional distillation, but that we can't do fractional distillation on our pot stills. So the thing is, it's an azeotrope with water and everything else that's in with it. Once we mix water with it and other material and other compounds, once it ferments, there's a lot of other compounds that are created during the fermentation process, and some of those are azeotropic too. So being an azeotrope just means that it bonds to it and it changes the boiling point, and it requires some other form of physical separation other than distillation through like a pot still method. So if here's your temperature, and here's the boiling point. Now let me move this so you can see the bottom here, and this is the volume. This is the proof. So this is 100% liquor or 200 proof, right? So at 200 proof, yeah, it'll boil at 173 because it doesn't have any of the other things in it. So it's not azeotropically bound to anything. It's just pure ethanol. But you'll notice once we add water to it, once the proof drops and the water content increases, its boiling point increases and the boiling point of the water decreases. So when you're boiling off, let's just say, most of our mashes are going to be, uh, 10, 12 percent ABV, which puts us right here. So at about 195. Now, if you're looking at vapor temp, it'll always be a little less because as it comes off the steel, it immediately begins cooling because you can see it as a vapor gas that starts cooling and wanting to condense. So it's cooling off. But the boiler, the water actually in the boiler, the mash liquid in the boiler, whether it's a wash, whatever, it needs to be about 195 before it's going to boil, everything in it boils off. Now the water's boiling off, so the water boiling point is no longer 210. It's lowered the water boiling point, and it's raised the alcohol boiling point. And this is the curve. As the water increases, so does the boiling point. As the water decreases, the boiling point decreases. And it makes a pretty good chart. It gets a little squirrely around here, but it's a pretty good straight. So you're going to have to get your pot to at least 195 thereabouts, the liquid in it, before you're going to start seeing anything at about 12%, which is the typical mash. Some are less. Most of your commercial distillers, they're like 8%. They start with 1060, 1070, and they're like right here. So theirs is close to 200, before they see anything coming off. So temperature really doesn't mean a whole lot. If you have that thermometer in your boiling water, it's generally a lot of times right in the middle, which will be an average, up above it, probably going to be a little cooler, and the liquid below it's probably going to be a little bit warmer, but it's kind of moving and churning in there. So it's a fairly good indicator of what your temperatures are in your boiling. Now, a lot of times you'll see on the plumbing, there'll be a thermometer on the plumbing, and that'll tell you what your vapor temps are. But basically, all those are going to tell you is when you can expect to start seeing something happen, basically based on this chart. So for me, the temperatures that's the most important are the temperatures that's going into your flake stand or your worm, right? That's the flake stand is the bucket or whatever that you use to house your worm in, unless you use a shotgun condenser or Liebig or something like that. So whatever the bucket is, the temperature of that water in there it's pretty important. You want that to be kind of in between 65 and 75, 60 to 80 for range would be don't want to get it out of that range, but 65, 75 seems to be an optimal temperature. Some people prefer anywhere in between those. It's not critical that it stays perfectly at one, but it's best to try to keep it in between those. So really that's one of the most important temps is the temperature of the coolant that you're putting around your condenser. So you don't want to cool it off too fast, you don't want to cool it off too slowly, and you don't want to saponify some of the oils that are in there by forcing them to go from real hot to real cold in a short period of time. Chemically can alter them, and it can actually change the flavor a little bit. So a gradual cool off, that's why a lot of times you want to have the cool water going in the bottom, filling the tube and coming out the top. That way when the vapors hit it, it'll hit the warmer side and slowly get cooler and cooler and cooler as it goes down. And also it's done that way so your chamber's filled up properly and it doesn't all just go straight through and come out the bottom. So I'm not sure which was more important, but yeah, we do both of those. But yeah, about 190. Now, Brian, do you use the thumper or the slobber box? I have to remember the slobber box on yours. Did you put the little copper down comber in your thumper? And have you tried adding any fruit or chopped up fruit or anything to that? What's going on, Tex? Doing good, brother. How about yourself? I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit behind, so I don't want people thinking that I'm not wanting to say howdy to them, but I'm just trying to. I don't scroll down until I get done with the question, unless I'm looking for an answer from somebody, like we were asking Joseph earlier, who still hadn't answered. All right, so we're going to move along. Thank you, Jeff and Brian and Mike. I should have scrolled down right immediately when I said that. I don't know, man. I tell you what, a few weeks ago, it probably took me 15 minutes to come up with the word funnel. I couldn't think of what the fuck they called them. Man, my mind it's going slowly, but it's definitely going. It took me a long time to come up with funnel. Man, I was racking my brain. God damn, getting old sucks. Yes, sir. I've got one. They work very well. That's probably if you're gonna if for anybody that's watching that's contemplating on what still to buy. Um, the still John's talking about right here, the 18.5 gallon beverage or the 13 if you don't want to go that big. I say the bigger the better because it's you get more product and you spend less time having to do it. So you get a little more time enjoying your liquor and a little less time working because you know technically when you're putting the mash together you're going through the same motion. So putting a 10 gallon really doesn't take that much longer than a 20 gallon, except how long it takes for the water to fill up the large more boiling. Now if you don't have a large enough pot to boil, you can do it in steps, and do a little bit at a time, and just ferment in a larger fermenter. Just keep boiling, converting, cooling, dump it, do the same thing, repeat, keep dumping it, and then eventually when you get it all done, you can add your yeast and everything. So, but I generally prefer with 18.5 is a really good size. I've got an old stove that I use mine on now. I don't necessarily recommending using a kitchen stove because most kind of cycle heat on and off even on high. But this old Frigidaire when I got it's kind of an infrared. Now it's not the conduction, it's infrared, but it doesn't cycle between 8 on. So I get a good constant heat. You don't want anything that cycles. So if you have a gas stove, that's great. But this one has 5 burners. Front one's like 3,200, back one's 2,200 watt, and then it's got the warmer, right? And I crank the warmer all the way up, the back, all of them full blast, and then cut back a little bit once I get a good drip going. And I've had great success. It doesn't cycle. Cycling basically affects the heat of the liquid in the boiler, and you don't want that going up and down because it's basically causes your heads to carry through, and you get fewer of them cooked off initially. We never get rid of all of them, we know now, but initially you get a little bit higher percentage cooking off fours and heads, and if it cycles, you get a little bit more smearing, and you'll get more heads carried through the run. So a good low and slow is good to help prevent that. But at the same time, when you go real low and slow, you'll get a little bit less water carrying forward, so you may get a little less flavor. So if you have, you know, an infuser, that works really well. But yeah, the 18.5 gallon football still, if you're looking to get into it pretty cheap, that's an excellent place to start. Keg steel, you know, buying a keg, you can get them on Marketplace, $35. You carefully remove the lift tube and all that out of there. What do they call that? Again, I can't remember shit. But anyway, move the spike out of it, and make sure you're standing right over it when you do it, you know, because there's not going to be any beer rushing out there when you poke that little ball down with a screwdriver to release the pressure. You need to make sure you get your body and face right over that when you do that. You know, just trust me, you want to do that at least once. But no, you release the pressure, and then there's like a ring in there, and you have to remove that ring, and then you can lift the spike out, and you can clean it out real good, and you can use the keg. It's got basically a ferrule on the top. Now you'll have to a tri-clamp ferrule. Now you have to get a gasket with a flat side and a groove side, so you'll be able to connect it with a tri-clamp to some ferrules or a little whiskey head or a column or whatever you want to connect it to. Hillbilly has those gaskets, and that's definitely what you need. You got to have the flat one, and you can trim it, but it's really tough and it always wants to leak, so it's best just to buy one that's got a flat. They're pretty cheap. But yeah, you can put a whiskey head on a keg or a column or about anything. I used a keg for a long time. Now you can modify the kegs. You can put the ferrules in the sides where you can use electric elements. If you don't want to use propane, you can use a larger, you know, cut off, make a 4-inch circle, cut it out, and weld a 4-inch ferrule in the top to make cleaning it out, filling it, and emptying it a little easier. Lots of modifications that you can make to the kegs. And you can use smaller kegs for thumpers, you know, and that makes a good solid steel. And the best part of it, once you take the whiskey head off of it, looks like a keg, right? Doesn't look like a moonshine steel sitting over there, you know, copper with a little cap, and you know, so that is a lot to be said for that too. You know, you just sitting over there in the bar, you know, just a keg until it's got that, you know, cap on it. So, you know, those are really good too. Kegs or the Bever 18.5. The keg is about 15, full size keg, about 15 and a half. So you can do a little bit more in the 18.5 gallon football steel, but that's if you're in the market for a couple $100, $230, I think they average. Sometimes they'll inch down a little bit over 200. I know one, not this past year, but year before last, they had them on sale for $150 at Home Depot. So yeah, Home Depot. So that was a killer deal. I should have gotten another one. Actually, I should have went in and bought 2 or 3 of them if I'd been smart, but I ain't that damn smart. But yeah, they're excellent. They do really good. The canister filter or the canister condenser on there, mine kind of seemed to smear a little bit. The way it was designed, I think it might have a little negative loop in it, but all in all, for what you spend, they're great. I just ended up going with the shotgun condenser, and yeah, it's a great little steel to use. I use it predominantly in the wintertime inside when I'm not doing anything outside on the turkey fryer. But yeah, it works great. I've got keg steels. I've got the 18.5 football. Can't say enough good about it, man. They're fine. Make sure you get all your gaskets on just right. The gasket that goes on the lid, make sure you get it mounted in there. I've seen people try to put little slices in it and fit it down on the pot and then put the lid on it. And that's totally not some don't come with instructions. So, you know, people that didn't come with instructions, they get on YouTube, they just try to figure it out. And I've seen them split those and damn regret it, man, because it reminds them they're hard to find, if not possible to find. So that would be my only negative thing about them is finding replacement gaskets for that main gasket. Might be a little pain in the ass, but maybe that's something we talked to Phil Billy about, because that's, I think, really the hardest thing to source would be those top gaskets. But yeah, they make good little steels. You can pack your copper mesh in that little football for, taking out the sulfites, and, so it, helps replicate using, some copper. You have some copper in the vapor path, so can help remove some of that sulfur flavor and some of the mashes or musts that you're distilling. So yeah, it works pretty well. They're really good. Definitely recommend them. It's awesome, brother. Yeah, you get a good conversion on it. You can do good with yellow dent cracked corn. Yeah, especially nowadays. Back in the days with the powder alpha and stuff, it was a little more difficult. And but with the high temp alpha, liquid high temp alpha, and the gluco that we use now, it's easy to get a 106.070 easy. With just straight corn, so which is plenty. Yep, cool. Yeah, one of those. Yeah, I think we were talking to Wayne, and yeah, he gets 10. A couple of weeks ago, we were talking to Wayne. He's getting 1070, 1075 with his corn. Red corn, Jimmy Red, Bloody Butcher. Yeah, the Jimmy Red probably preferable to most of the two. But yeah, it's good old red corn. Can't beat that. 40 pounds of apples, got 6.5 gallons of juice. Damn, that's a lot, brother. That's damn good. I'll have to make note the next time I do mine what I get out of it, but I'm not getting near that. That's good. And because I don't usually get a lot, I use a lot more apple juice. I'll use maybe a quarter to a third apple, and the rest just the juice because I'm not getting it. I do know the juice gets about a 1040 on the average. I get the 100% because it doesn't have a lot of the preservatives and stuff in it, and I think it's Kroger brand that I generally get. It's 1040, so I have to add a little bit of sugar to it. But yeah, that's awesome, brother. Yeah, 6 gallon, you're not going to get a lot of heart. Oh, I guess once you proof it, you may get a little bit more, but yeah, you're not going to get a lot out of a 6 gallon. And that's off the, yeah, that's coming off the tap. That's 2 quarts of probably anywhere from 140 or so average. So yeah, once you proof it down, you'll get a little bit more than that. But what's going on, Eden? How things over there in Lancaster? You got 6 quarts last night and 2 tails. Now, is that after you proofed it or before? It's 6 quarts. That's a gallon and a half out of 6 gallons. Usually about 20%. So what's the 20% of 6 gallons? guess a gallon and a half would be, or yeah, a gallon and a half would be about 25%. And that's after you proof it, right? How do you shuck corn? Is it, they make a, are you talking about dried yellow dent? They make a lot of little machines to do it, but you can get you some gloves on and rough it, or you can rub them together. There's a lot of different ways, but they've got some old cast iron implements that are pretty nice. I don't really grow it and shuck it and do all that. I just buy it in the bags, but I do enjoy looking at some of those old cast iron antique shuckers from back in the day. They have the wheel, you just feed them in there, and it's got the little teeth that pick them right off there. Now, if you're talking about fresh corn, cutting it off the cob, I've seen people take like these bump pans. You know, the bump pan has that hollow center in it, and they go inside and they dent that metal up and sharpen it. They just push the corn ear and all just down on that, and it goes through it pretty quickly, and the whole bump pan catches it. Pretty interesting. I've also seen some tools that have like a circle with a blade, and you hold each side and you just push down, and it. But I've never done a lot of fresh corn. It's always been too expensive to try to buy fresh corn and cut it off the cob and try to use it that way. I eat that. But the yellow dent, I have great success with and get good flavor out of. Really good high. Actually, you can get about as much sugar out of the starches in a good yellow dent as one that you're going to eat. So save your money on the good sweet corn and eat that, and get the yellow dent field corn and use that for starches and convert it. Actually, Mike Frey and I sat down and did some calculating one night. And if you get corn at a reasonable price and sugar, we're talking about just the price that we can get, not going to a farmer and getting a pickup truckload full for $50 or whatever, or a tote full for $50-$100 or something like that, and getting sugar at 70 cents a pound, typical store prices and typical Tractor Supply grain. It's a lot cheaper to get source your sugar from the corn than it is just trying to buy sugar, and a lot better flavor too. So if y'all don't know Mike Frayne, he's a legal distiller in Indiana. Good friend, very knowledgeable. You're welcome, brother. I'm glad, William. So what kind of success is it working out pretty well for you? I guess you're not complaining. You're not asking the questions. So it must be working out well so far. That's good, brother. All right. Cheap like $100. For $100, I would recommend going on Amazon Marketplace, spending $35 for a keg, and then on Amazon, if you look it up, that's going to be a little bit more. I think it's just the other day, it's like $100 to $110. They've got a pretty nice little setup. It's a column. It comes up. It's got a sight glass. It's got maybe a 20-inch spool. It goes into an elbow. No, it's got a deflegmator. Then it goes into an elbow, into another elbow. It's got a little digital thermometer on that. Then it goes into a shotgun condenser, and then into a drip deflector. And that's like $100 to $120. So about 150 probably. If you can spare the extra 50, you can get into a situation where you're going to get a pretty good return on your time and money. For $100, they do have some of the smaller Bever 3-pot steels. But the only issue with those that you're going to run into is as soon as you buy them, you're going to need to do some modifications, or you will soon after. Um, the gaskets the plastic gaskets, PTFE gaskets, tend to break when they get over tightened. So if you over tighten one of the gaskets on those plastic ones, they break. The lines in them are a little bit small in diameter, so it takes a little bit longer. It creates a little bit more pressure in the pot, which raises the temperature in the pot, which causes a lot more, like we were talking about earlier. You get more water carrying forward, but at the same time, you get a little less fractional distillation, what little you do get from low and slow versus fast. So it can affect your flavor by getting a lot of heads carried throughout the run. Um, it's good, okay for stripping that way though. But yeah, anytime you increase pressure, you're going to increase temperature, and you want to really be able to regulate that temperature. That makes it a little bit more difficult to regulate. Then the thumper is a little bit too small, slobber box thumper, a little bit small, and then the condensers are way undersized, and you really have to keep like I was talking earlier, optimal cooling temp, 60, to 70, 60 to 80, 65, 75 range. It's really tough to keep it in that range because it's so small, and you end up, freezing a bunch of these and sitting right down inside the little coil of copper, because that's about the only thing you can do to keep the water cold enough in there, because you can't circulate it fast enough to keep it cool. So you have to drop in a frozen water bottle in the middle of it to help regulate it, and it's still circulating through. So they're grossly undersized, and they got them sitting on top of the pot where it's hot, so it doesn't even have a chance to cool off. So if you do get one of those, I'd make a trip to Ace Hardware and get some larger copper, and either just make some gradual bends on it. It doesn't have to be a 90. You don't have to plumb in a 90. You can do a gradual arch over to your condenser and all that, and you can start welding on ferrules if you want to go that route and make it a little easier to connect up than using compression fittings. The compression fittings over time tend to start leaking on you, and then next thing you know, you start seeing steam spitting out, and you have issues with that. Oops, Tony, I am sorry I sent you that message, brother. That was supposed to go to Phil, but I don't know how you got that. I was trying to, maybe you were sending me a message at the same time I was pulling up Phil Billy. He didn't get that message, so let me send that to him now. I'm glad I saw that. I bet you wondered what the hell I was talking about. Sorry about that, Tony. Oh yeah, let me see. What was I doing? Oh yeah, let's see. Yeah, you're gonna need to increase the diameter of your plumbing. That'll decrease the time that it takes to get a run done, and it makes it a little more dependable. You're going to have to redo your worm configuration of your condensing. Either use a shotgun or make a bigger worm. Most people just go out and buy your copper in a coil. Don't go out and buy stick copper and try to bend it, and work your way, trying to bend it around something around and make a worm. It's just crazy hard. Don't do it. Don't waste your time. It doesn't have to be real thick, heavy duty copper like you're plumbing a house or you're plumbing a steam engine or something. This doesn't get the PSI in a steel, operates about less than 3 to 5 PSI. And that's if you have a thumper. So there's not a lot of pressure. So we don't need all this high end, L or M copper. Just get you some. I guess the refrigeration type copper comes in a coil, and you can get it all coiled up, or I guess for the plumbing too. But buy it coiled already in a box. That way, all you have to do is tighten up the coil a little bit and work that into your bucket. Get you a bulkhead fitting and go to use a 5-gallon bucket. Or something like that, and you'll get a lot better condenser, and it'll help you a lot, and you'll be able to use it as you graduate, you'll start out with a little 5 or 6 gallon bever, and the next thing you know, you got a 13 or 18, and then next thing you know, you're calling Phil Billy or somebody to build you, a 20 or 30 copper, where you're looking on marketplace for something big, or 55 gallon steel drums. You're definitely going to want to go bigger, because um, it is a lot of work, and it's if you're like me, you'd prefer to just run 18 and a half. I run about 15, 16 gallons in there. I'll get a couple of gallons out of it, 2.5 gallons out of it, and I'll be done. I'll proof that down, and I'm good for quite some time. So unless you're giving a lot away, which I also do, um, that should last you a while, and something you can put on some wood and get aging, and you're not end up having to run it every weekend. Just so you'll have something that week to drink. So it becomes a chore. It's a great hobby, but if you happen to do it every week, then it becomes a chore. And that gets pretty tough. So definitely, the larger the steel, the better. Up to a point, you don't want to get big 100, 150 gallons, because that starts opening eyes from the alphabet agencies. But having a 15 to 20, any keg steel to a 20-gallon copper, 25, something like that, 30 range, anywhere in those is a decent size. You can start getting the big plastic uh, barrels to do your mashing in, and it's not that much more time consuming. It's a little bit more time grinding, a little bit more time pouring the water in, a little bit more time boiling it. But it's not something you're taking down, having to put up, taking down, put up, taking down. I can do the equivalent of a 5-gallon steel in one run, and it takes them 3 or 4. So that's 3 or 4 weekends of having to drag all that stuff out, go through the mash, go through all that, versus just getting it all done at once. And it's something that you'll definitely, everybody that starts out small, the next thing they do, they're buying a bigger, they're upgrading. And it's not all bad, because that small, the 5-gallon one, the pot that you start at with now, that's going to be your thumper in a couple of few months, right? So you'll be able to plumb it, you'll take it in, you'll get it cut, you'll have a bulkhead fitting on there, or you'll solder or have it welded on with some ferrules on there, and next thing you know, that's going to be your thumper, and you'll have a keg or a big bever, sitting beside it. But it's just part of the process, and I recommend people do it that way. That way you can spend a little bit on it, see if you like it, something you enjoy, then you can maybe spend a little more time and money on it. But it is a fun hobby, and but in a lot of places, the disclaimer, you got to watch the laws and who you talk to and tell about it. Some places it's legal, and some places it's highly illegal. It just varies state by state. Missouri lets you do up to 100 gallons per person in the house, up to 2. And West Virginia, I think, is a gallon. I think they're changing that. They made the law, and I think people are like, really, you're going to make it legal, but a gallon? Most steels put out more than that in one run, right? You do know that. And then they're like, okay, so that's a bit ridiculous. So I think they're going to backtrack and up that. So yeah, I agree, Scott. I mean, if you want a lot of flavor, a lot of people have expectations. They watch the show, and I enjoy the show. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of humor. There's some truth to it, and then there's a lot of Hollywood there as well. But you see them doing the watermelon, and they mash that watermelon in. They run it. There's no infusers, nothing, and they comes out to, oh man, you can taste watermelon in that. Oh my God, it's just watermelon. It tastes like I'm drinking watermelon. No, it doesn't happen like that. So um, yeah, if you want knock you down flavor, and I think that's what the expectation is for a lot of people. They don't understand that a true brandy is going to have hints. You know, you're going to get a little bit of nose if you use a thumper and infuser. You'll get a little bit of nose of what was infused, and that helps the flavor. And then you'll drink it, and you'll get a few notes, and then it'll follow up maybe with that flavor too if you mashed with it. But it's just not going to smack you in the face like a mixed drink. You know, it's just not going to be that prominent. So don't go into it expecting it to be that prominent. Most of your brandies that you get off the shelf are post flavor. You know, a typical brandy that comes off the drip is not going to have a lot of flavor unless it, you know, now using the jar rigs like a double or triple jar rig, those add some decent flavors, you know, with before the jar rigs and before people were using infusion chambers and inline infusers, which is what I use. People weren't getting that kind of flavor, right? It was just, you know, yeah, I can taste some peach. You know, there's a question mark. Yeah, it's peach brandy. Oh, yeah, I can get a little bit of peach out of it, and that's good. And if you could make it, and they could taste the peach, you're successful, right? So it's not that easy to carry the flavor over. So don't get discouraged. You're not doing anything wrong. It's just part of the distillation process, and eventually you'll get you some jar rigs and be able to infuse some flavor. But until then, make your good liquor and add whatever juice you want it to taste like. You want it to taste like pear juice, go buy you some pear juice or peach juice or whatever, and mix them up and enjoy your spirit. You know, enjoy your drink. But making alcohol is what we're doing. You know, we're not making mixed drinks. So make the alcohol and then flavor it to how you want it. If you don't like the neutral, you know. Got a mash working out now. 50% corn, 40% two row, and 10% rye. Awesome. And that sounds good, brother. Down with shucking. Well, I've never done a lot of shucking. You know, we grew some corn, and my grandpa had a garden, and we grew corn and raised a big garden. But it was always sweet corn, and we ate that, and I never had to do any shucking. But I do love some of those old cast iron. Have y'all seen them old big cast? They got like teeth on these wheels, and you feed the cob in, and it'll just, man, it picks them kernels off in a heartbeat, man. They're pretty cool. Now the bottom, it'll spit out a little empty cob. Awesome. I hope you enjoyed them, brother. Yeah, start about, I think I've been doing it a while, but I think maybe some of y'all can help me. 4 or 5 weeks, 6 weeks ago, we started doing a beginning to end. I did a beginning to end, and then brandy, and then grain, and then a brandy, and then most recently I did some heavy science for those that wanted to understand the, you know, what goes on when we're converting the starches and stuff. A lot of people are amazed by the process and how exactly we go from a corn kernel to something so sweet. It is amazing. The science behind it is really amazing. So that was like within the last month. I missed a Saturday or two. Actually, I missed 2 Saturdays this month because of festivals. We were at Summer Jam this past weekend, and I was at Joe Billy's Moonshine Shindig a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, maybe a month and a half ago. But go back about 2 or 3 months and pick up there. You should run into some pretty good content. It's all been good. I've had some really good guests on, very knowledgeable people, you know, commercial people that are in the industry and or have done it forever like me. But it was, I guess, about 2 months ago, maybe 2.5. Start around there, and there's some pretty good instructional beginning to ends. Maybe I'll spend some time find it and relabel it, or maybe add something to the name. I should have done that when I did it, and I regret not doing that. Maybe it'll let me edit that, and I can change the name Q&A, beginning to end grain, start to finish, brandy, start to finish, or something like that, so make it a little bit easier to to find, because that's one of the whole purposes of the live Q&A is what we get in a lot of the groups. Somebody will ask a question, they'll say, "Oh, go watch George on YouTube," which George is awesome. I love his videos, I love his stuff. But and I've seen most all his videos and stuff. But the problem is, you go watch George, and you're going to be binge watching, for the next 5 or 6 days before he finally, answers the question that you have, right? And it's not his fault. He doesn't know what your question is, but he's doing certain things and going over certain things, and it might take a while to get your question answered. And also, when you ask a question in the groups, a lot of times you'll get people that are trying to be helpful but might not be as knowledgeable. I guess is a nice way to put it. They're trying to be helpful, and they're helping give out answers. A lot of times the problem is they were misinformed, when they were learning, and they pass that misinformation on, and that does us no good. So I try to, in a nice way. So, that I've read that once before, but I think they found that this, tends to do better or whatever, because you can do things wrong and still end up with a drip, right? There's no one way to do it, so a lot of times it's opinion. A lot of times it's an okay way to do something, a bad way to do something, a good way to do something, a better, best way to do something. But at the end, you get a drip. The difference will be maybe the volume that you get or the quality of it. So there's always a good, better, best situation, but sometimes opinions come in when it comes to what's best, like yeast. How can you answer what's the best yeast? There is no answer to that. The best yeast is what you like the best, is what tastes best to you. Now, there are some that more people tend to like better than others for certain things, but there's no right or wrong answer for that. So I try to steer clear of some of those. But I appreciate you tuning in, brother. Yeah, binge watch them, check them out. And if you got any questions, brother, that's why we're here live. So get busy with the hobby, and if you run into problems, the best thing about all this is you can make a mash and get a decent conversion and run it through your still and come out with something you're not real happy about. But the great thing about it is, if you don't scorch it, you can put it back in there and rerun it again, or you can infuse it with something, and try to make some more flavors. So it's never all lost unless you scorch it. Once you scorch it cooking it, it's hard to come back from that. It's going to be hard to clean your pots too. So just be real careful not to scorch it. A lot of people use the steep method to do the conversion, which is a really good method. Is if you can keep the temp up and constant, above 180, 185 while you're doing your gelatinization of your corn. So you've got to keep that temp up. You can gelatinize it at lower temperatures, but it takes lot longer in time. So you can do it in 90 minutes to 2 hours at 180 to 90, or you can do it at 150, 55, and maybe spend 8 or 10 hours, right? So it takes a lot longer at lower temperatures. But if you're trying to do like a malted corn and not denature it, unfortunately it's going to take that long. Most people don't do that these days because we got the exogenous enzymes or exogenous enzymes that the high temp alpha that's so easy to use that we don't even fool with that. And probably 30 years from now, anybody that malts corn and does this is going to be nostalgic or to get a unique flavor. We're glad to have you here, brother. That's right. That's right, Josephus. A lot of people called me that growing up. My name's Joseph, so I got called Josephus a lot myself. Yeah, it's interesting, the tobacco question, man. That's kind of got me intrigued. I do read a lot about the bourbon, and the cigar bourbon flavor thing's really big right now. But I have chewed a lot of tobacco, but I haven't swallowed a lot of it. And I do know what I did swallow wasn't that damn good. So hopefully the liquor smells a little bit, tastes a little bit better than the chew did going down, or we're all gonna be green drinking it, right? Right on, brother. Man, I tell you what, sometimes I can't think of the simplest thing. Like I said, funnel. I can't believe it took me 15 minutes to come up with funnel. What's up, Clint? Man, you missed a question earlier. Fella posed us a damn good question about the sugars in tobacco leaf. You know, we Googled it, checked it out. Some of them are, 10 to 30% sugars with fructose and sucrose and glucose. So definitely, enough in there to do. I just wonder what a tobacco shine would be like. I hope it ain't like bong water or chew tobacco spit, but who knows? It may make a pretty damn good bourbon after it sits in a barrel a while. Did I go backwards? I'm sorry, James. Yeah, so I would, like we were talking about a minute ago, that 18.5 gallon beaver or 13.5 or the 13 gallon beaver football is definitely the way to start, unless you're going to get a keg. Definitely the two best ways to go. Unless if you got it, if you got a little bit of money, getting a copper pot does have its benefits. Copper heats very evenly. It takes out the sulfites, and it has a way of making a little bit better tasting shine because it removes those sulfites pretty efficiently. But we found out, that you can also put the copper mesh in the vapor path, and it'll help remove it. I can't say just the same, but effectively. So, copper is becoming less and less critical, and you're seeing a lot of big distillers, going in with big stainless boilers, jacketed stainless boilers now because of it, using copper plumbing. It saves them a hell of a lot of money. It's a lot easier for them to clean their boilers because there is the maintenance issue with copper that you have to, it takes a little bit of care, and it's fairly expensive. But it is better. Well, that's where I grew up, brother. I grew up right there in Pikeville. I guess you probably tell from the way I talk. Yeah, I've got some friends from Elkhorn living down here in Lexington now. I know that country well. We got a little bit of land up here on Elkhorn Creek, up behind where Gordon Potter them live. But yeah, I'm from Pikeville. Good to see some Kentucky people in here. We got a few from Kentucky in here. We got some people from Lancaster chimed in there a minute ago. That's awesome, William. I don't know. I used to go to the tobacco sales and everything, and hang out. And I've cut it and hung it. I didn't raise it though. I done it to help work and help people. Mostly, I didn't do it much for work. I had some buddies that grew tobacco up in Scott County, Georgetown area, and I'd go up and help them strip it and cut it and hang it. And a lot of work, back breaking work, man. I can't even imagine doing it now. It hurts my back just thinking about it. But yeah, not so much tobacco grown around here anymore, man. It's I guess mostly in Virginia and the Carolinas still doing it. Maybe they're getting it abroad. I don't know. But I guess the government trying to cut it out like they are coal, trying to kill Kentucky because coal and tobacco were the two biggest, well, aside from marijuana, but that's an illegal crop. But coal and tobacco were two of the biggest things. I guess horses and bourbon, coal and tobacco, the four biggest money makers in the state. They're about trying to eliminate coal and tobacco out of here. Yeah, if you can get the ones with the domed lid with the ferrule on it, that's fine too. getting that ferrule, not the one with the I call it the milkshake. Looks like a little blender on the top. That's not that one does okay, but that's fixed to the lid. The one we're talking about has a little bit of a lid, has tapers up, and has a ferrule on the top of it. If you can get those, regardless of the size, that's a great place to start. I just recommend 13 to 18 because it'll save you this step. Because everybody that buys a 6 to 12 or a 6 to 10, next thing you know, 3 months later, they're like, anybody got a 15? Anybody got a keg? Anybody got a used bever or anything? Because they're wanting to upgrade. So you like that red corn? What you doing, Jimmy Red? What's going on, Shed Shiner? Did you make it home safe, brother? It's good meeting you this weekend, man. Yeah, we had a good time with Maggie this weekend. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Brian. That's something I never really thought about. Yeah, we put the mesh in the vapor path and copper parts and the football and all that. You can do both, but yeah, that's a good idea. That false bottom too. Mine the football steels come with a false bottom, so it's like, you got your big pot. You got like 4 or 5 inches up off the bottom. You got that little plate that you can put down in there that's got holes in it and everything, and that allows you to distill on the grain with your brew bag in there. See, so you can do some distilling on the grain that way. Which I'm definitely going to try to do here once I get all my brandies done. Now I got another watermelon I got to do, and I got some blackberry in there that I got to do. And once I get that done, I'm going to do I haven't done a lot of grains recently. I've been doing brandies, so many brandies seems like the last couple of years. I've done very minimal grain runs, but I've got to do some grain runs because I got a couple of 15 gallon barrels I want to fill up, and once I fill those up and get them aging, and I've got some one of Wes's Sandman barrels that I'm going to fill up and do some aging with some wood staves and stuff. But I got to get some whiskey made, man. I got all kinds of brandies and not enough whiskey. But that's a good idea, brother. Damn good idea. But yeah, it helped. Then it'd probably help. Does it sit on the bottom, or you have it raised up off the bottom? That's a great idea. Yeah, it makes it so much more modular, Scott. Yeah, absolutely. You get that ferrule on the top. You can just take off that tri clamp, and you can mount any kind of whiskey head, whiskey ball. You can put deflegmators on it, sight glasses, columns with bubble plates. I mean, the sky's the limit, man. I mean, you can go crazy. Yeah, I've got a buddy that's in the cigar business, and he raises some in Western Kentucky here for cigars, and he gets the filler. He gets out of the Bahamas. The Bahamas, and they actually do the wrapping and stuff down there. So he grows his main leaf up here, and they dry it, ship it down there, and cut it up and roll it down there. But Black Patch Cigar Company, if you ever heard of it, premium cigar. It's really good cigars. He's been at it. Shoot, he's been doing that probably 15, 20 years now. But yeah, they pretty good cigars, from what I understand. I've got a box of them. I don't smoke them anymore, so I stay away from them. I'll get started back on them. All right, brother. Good question. Excellent question. And of course, we'll get us a little graph up here to help illustrate what I'm trying to say. All right, now here's a typical run. I forgot to forget the temperatures that you see at the top. All right, that's more fractional and not true. So eliminate those temperatures that you see at the top. But in the In the runs here, you'll see how it starts out with 4 shots, the red in jar number 1. Well, technically, every one of those jars all the way across through there should have a little bit of red from 20. Probably should have maybe 2 dots, 19, 3, dots, 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 all the way till you get to like jars 6, 7, 8. And it should have, a little bit more, because we found that there's 4 shots throughout the whole thing. It's just that most of them come off early during the distillation process. So a lot of times those get tossed off with the heads, right? Now, as far as rerunning them and trying to save them, I don't do that. So generally speaking, you'll have about a 30% heads, a 40% hearts, and then back to a 30% tails. And that's about what this amounts to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 jars, and then back to 6 jars. So this is just an illustration. This doesn't mean exactly. And I will say, from jar 6, I might keep that if I'm putting it in a barrel. All the way down to jar 17. I might keep that too if I'm putting it in a barrel, because those don't, once you mix that little bit of amount and all the rest of the ethanol, it's not gonna be very prominent. And then after it ages, sometimes it can make some interesting flavors, especially those low heads. So high heads, jar 5 all the way to 1, pitch it. I don't, some people say, oh, put it in your faints, run again. I'm not going to remove acetone and ethyl acetates and all that foul smelling shit and tasting shit for mine again. That's going to be paint remover, metal cleaner, grass killer, window cleaner, countertop cleaner, floor disinfectant, commode disinfectant. I use it to clean, my glasses. I've got a little bit. I'll put some heads on a little, and I'll clean my glasses with it. It's great for all that. Great, excellent for that. And that's about the best thing I can say do with it. Some people run them again, but that's just more heads you got to pull out again. And once I get them out, I'm not going to intentionally put more back in there. I just can't see it. I'm sorry. I don't, even when I strip, I don't, no. But that's, again, that's an opinion. It's not fact. But from like jar 6, questionable 7, I'd probably keep that. There's a lot of ethanol in there. By the time you mix that with all the way down to jar 15, 16, yeah, it's going to be all fine, especially once you put it in a barrel over time. Those go away. Those flavors estrify and make some unique flavors. And sometimes those low heads contain esters, and they can actually carry some good flavor. But here, yeah, ethyl acetate, acetaldehyde, acetone, that's what gives you headaches. More you get in there, the worse it's going to be. So it's not going to kill you, but it's going to make your alcohol taste like shit, and it's going to give you really bad hangovers. Tails, they just don't taste good. They taste musty, I guess is a good word for it. A lot of people say wet dog, wet cardboard. It's just not a really good flavor. It gets oily. But those are good to keep, because there's a lot of alcohol that can easily be recovered that's not tainted by a really dominating flavor that the ethyl acetate, the acetaldehydes, and the acetones are going to give you in the blue over here, right? So, yeah, at jar 7, for sure, I keep. And all the way down to probably 15, 16, I'll keep. And then I'll save all the tails, and I'll add that to the next run if it's going to be the same. Now, if it's a peach tails, I'm not going to add that to a corn run. I don't want my corn to get all lost and get. If I'm not doing a mixed brandy or a peach or mountain brandy or something, I don't really want some of that peach flavor oils in my corn, right? So, but you can. A lot of people just save a lot of tails, and they'll just do a tails run, right? And it's called an off faints run. And some people include their heads in it, some don't. But just give you a general idea. You really just want to make sure you pitch off that first jar, because it's, regardless of how much you save, it's definitely going to be jar 1, 2, or 3, regardless of how small your still is, right? So even if it's a quart and you've got a 5-gallon still, you're still going to need that to come off there at least, right? So there are some people that say, what is it, 50 milliliters per whatever. It's hard to say that because brandies will have more if you use pectic enzymes. Like on some of your brandies, you're going to have a little bit more heads, but you'll have more flavor, more sugar, and more production as well. So it's not a bad thing. So it varies. So it's why learning to make your cuts is so critical and something that you're really going to have to be practiced at. And I will add that the smaller the steel, the harder it is to learn to make those cuts. So once you learn to make those cuts on a small steel, you'll be damn good when you move up to a bigger steel, because you'll have a better feel for it and a better taste, right? My stove top is made from an old pressure canner. But brother, that was my first steel almost 50 years ago. About 48 or 9 years ago, that was my first steel. Old pressure canner going into some small copper line, wired all the way over to a condenser. Yeah. I went to a keg steel soon after that, though. We did that for a little while, maybe a few years, but I did about 5 years, and then I went to keg steel. I like the keg a lot better. Let's just say that. The only issue I ever had with a keg, I didn't have a pressure washer back then, and it was a pain in the ass trying to clean it, and I didn't have any big cutouts, no big ferrules welded where I could get in there and clean nothing. So it's all basically just, clean it out or take it to the car wash and spray it there. Half pint each run for the shots for the 4s. Well, I mean, it's easy to say a half pint, but if you have 100-gallon steel, that ain't gonna be near enough. And if you got a 5-gallon steel, it might be too much. So it's definitely want to learn to to make your cuts by smell, taste. Now the 4 shots, don't worry about that, because that's gonna be something you're not gonna drink that. Once you taste it, you're gonna be hell to the nose. So it's not gonna be something you're gonna drink anyway, and that's really the only thing that's gonna be really hazardous. But you'll also not want to drink those heads either, because you're gonna be like, that sucks. You're not gonna drink it. So, but what I do, let me put that back up here. When I do these, I put the jars out, and I've got X amount of jars. So I've got stacks of empty jars ready to go, and I'll put a painter's tape. Right, cut me a little piece of painter's tape, put on every one of those lids, and I'll label them 1 to 20 or whatever, just like here. I'm just going to say 20 because it's 20 on here. So I'll label them 1 to 20, and then I'll start running, and I'll collect all the way to 20. I don't even care what goes into the jars. And this is the way the beginners really need to learn. And you can use smaller jars. If you get a little bit better, once you get a little better, when you start getting around 6, 7, 8, you can go from big jars to small jars, so you can tell that cut and not waste a little extra. The same on the tails, but just get you a bunch of jars starting out. It doesn't matter if it's quart, pint. The smaller your steel, the smaller the jar should be. I do quarts. Mine's 18.5 gallon. I run about 16. So you got 20 jars, right? And they're labeled up, and 1 to 20. So I'll start at 17 because I know I'm in the tails there, right? Still. So I'll taste that. And of course I run my tails all the way out. When I get to like 20, I know there's still some alcohol in there, and I'll just run that out to a bucket. Let's just save all of it. But I'll immediately toss 18, 19, and 20 in that tail bucket, because I know that's not something I want to drink. But I'll taste 17. If it's tailsy and it's not that good, it gets pitched in that bucket too. 16, sometimes it's taily and sometimes it's oily. Like if you have a really oily corn, it's like, nah, that's earthy oily. It's not. Maybe next time around, it'll be okay. So you pitch it too. 15. That's not bad. You know, I'm going to age this, so that'll probably blend in well. It's not very dominant. I can barely taste it, so yeah, we'll keep that. And work your way back towards the heads, right? So you're starting at the tails. The reason why, once you get that ethyl acetate, aldehyde, acetone on your tongue, it fucks your palate up. You know, a lot of people will drink and then they'll cleanse their palate, then try another drink. You ain't cleansing that shit off your tongue. I don't care. You know, that's all you're going to taste, you know, for the whole rest of the damn run is that on your tongue. So if you start from the tails back, you don't taint your tongue, right? So you can keep going backwards. When you get to 9, you're like, I can start to taste a little bit there, but it's fine. Yeah, 8, jar 8. Yeah, maybe a little bit more than 9. Not really that much difference. 7. Starting to get into it, but you know, there might be a little bit of sweetness to that. And jar 6, like, no, that's just too much. Or it might be, you know, might be closer to 7, right? Not be so bad. But about that time, you're going to be like, nah, this isn't something I want to keep. And by the time, you know, but you will have your tongue tainted. If you start out at 4, 5, and 6 and try to work your way towards the tails, jar 9, 10, 11 still going to taste like it's got fucking acetyl acetates, ethyl acetates, aldehyde. It's going to taste like every bit of that shit's in there, you know, because it's on your tongue. And as you drink more, it tastes just like it. It's ghosting on your tongue, I guess you could say, and it's hard to judge. Now, a lot of people won't taste it, you know, what they do, they'll put their fingers under the drip, and what I do, put fingers under the drip and rub your fingers, that way it gets it spread out and it starts to evaporate on your fingers, right? And just smell, feel the oiliness and smell it. Should be a little bit oily and smell like acetone, right? Clean your hands up, rinse them, clean them. Then, you know, you get to jar 7 or 8, you know, do the same. Just a little bit, not bad. Starting to get a little cleaner, you know, so it rubs instead of smoothly slick. It starts to catch, right? Like clean hair. When it's clean, it's squeaky kind of. Your fingers get that little squeakiness about them too. They start stopping and catching because they're real clean. They're not slick anymore. And then when you get to your tails and the oils of the tails, it'll start getting slick again, and you'll smell that mustiness. So that's a good way to learn to make your cuts and experience, you know. And like I say, but once you don't worry about the 4 shots, those are going to go out early. It's not going to be in something you're going to want to drink or keep, you know. But some of those later jars, you know, the 5, 6, and 7s, if you get a little bit too much of those in there, you'll feel it in the morning. Absolutely. Expired fruits, some of the best ways to source your shine. Now you want to cut off any moldy, any fuzzy moldy, cut it off. You're also going to want to pour some boiling water or 160 plus. I try to get it 180 or boiling over your fruit because you're going to add water to it anyway. Mostly if you're adding fruit juices to it, like I do a lot, apple juice, boil that up, get it good and hot, and pour that over your fruit. That way you kill any kind of bacteria, mold, you know, anything like that off that you don't want to carry forward. But you know, absolutely one of the best things to do with you know, fruit that's starting to go bad and a little bit expired, or you know, I mean, I've used some fruit that I had to cut off half of it, you know, and to make some of the best. I don't do it for a wine, you know. Now for a wine, you might not want to use something that far out. If you do, maybe use some Camden tablets with that, potassium metabisulfate, to help kill off anything along with your boiling water. But you know, for something that you're going to distill, you know, and yeah, it's not as bad. Now for wine, I probably would be a little more selective in my fruit. But if it's something I know that's going to be a brandy, or if I'm getting some fruit that's got some fuzzy, you know, rot to it, yeah, I'm going to cut that out, and it's most likely going to end up being a brandy. But you can, you know, you can pasteurize it. You can use the potassium metabisulfate and kill off any bad stuff, and still make a wine out of it. But that's the best, you know. If you can get free fruit, absolutely. Definitely. Yeah, appreciate the help for sure, brother. Yeah, you can't get 200 proof. The reason being, yeah, you can get to 200, but not in the atmosphere. So once alcohol is what's called hygroscopic, HYGRO, not hydro, hygro, HYGRO scopic. And that means it's like a desiccant. It pulls liquid out of the atmosphere. It pulls it out of the air. So the second, if you have 200 proof that's done in a vacuum with a molecular sieve, like he's talking about, once you open up that lid and the air touches it, it starts sucking moisture out of the air, and it immediately cuts itself down to 199, 198. You can watch it if it's on a live meter because it will suck the moisture right out of the air. So it's in an open bottle or open glass or something like that. 200 proof doesn't exist because it immediately starts cutting itself down with water from the air. Now, if you're in a vacuum that has no moisture, then you can have the 200 proof, but that's in a lab, not in real life. Yeah. Yeah, you got to go by the smell, eye and how it looks. You can see how it's dripping when you get to the tails, how the drip hits the surface, it changes. So, yeah, you got to use all your senses. Well, that's a pretty high initial gravity, John. 106070 is a suitable goal for an all grain conversion without sugar. 1070, excuse me, 1070 to 1080 is great. If you can get that good of a conversion, you've done everything right. So don't set your expectations that high because you're just going to be disappointed. So set them between you're happy with 1060 to 70 and tickle to death when you can get that 1075. Okay. A lot of people start with a couple of gallons or a couple of pounds per gallon. If it's all corn, I do about 2.5 to 3 because I'm using that liquid high temp and it's easy to thin it out and I get a really good gravity with that. But once I start mixing some adjunct grains that get gluteny and gummy, I cut it back to 2.5, 2.25. But by rule, 2 to 2.5 is at 2.25. I think is a lot of people's sweet spot. So I'd say start with 2.25. Would be a great place to start. But if it's all corn, maybe 2.5. And if you're adding a lot of rye, wheat, barley, other stuff, cut it back to 2. And because it's initially it's hard to work with, and once you get the right enzymes to help break it down, especially the high temp versus the powder alpha, and you're using that glucoamylase, it helps a lot when you're doing it like an all corn. So moonshine is no good if it don't burn when it goes down the throat. That's right. If you can't taste it, it ain't got the little devils in it, does it? Cool from the bottom to the top. Yeah, that's what you do, brother. In the bottom of your flake stand, or if you got a shotgun condenser, you want your cool water going in the bottom and your hot coming out the top. Yep. Yeah, me too. So you're doing about a 30 to 40 gallon mash. I'll tell you a good way to start at a 20 gallon with a 50-pound bag of corn. That's pretty much a standard. It's 2.5. It can get thick, um, but it's a pretty. If you got the high temp alpha, it works well. And if you're steeping, It works well. If you're using, one of these handles and all that, forget it. Um, if you've got a drill and a mud mixer, you can handle the thick stuff. If you got a big paddle and all that, and you're trying to keep it stirred up with that, you'll probably want to go too. I use a mud mixer and a drill, and just give it hell, and it's a lot easier to mix that way. And I can't imagine going back to the workout of stirring with a spoon or a big paddle. Hi, brother. It's not necessarily science. It's all what works out. It depends on everybody's setup and whether they're, like I was saying, got that drill to mix it, or trying to rely on a paddle, whether they're trying to cook it versus steeping it. I would say if you're cooking it, I would keep it thinner, because when it's thinner, it tends to scorch less. But if once you start steeping, you can go a little heavier. So there's a lot of variables involved, and what grains you're using, because you start adding wheat and rye and oats and barley, those carry a lot more glutens than what your corn has, and it gets like gummy thick. It's different than gelatinized corn. It's gooey and and it's a different kind of thickness, right? And using different amylases. If you're using the powder, you're definitely going to want to go thinner, because you're going to have to wait until you get to 155 to use it. So it's going to be a long time, A, for it to cool, and B, it's going to be gelatinized as hell by the time it gets to 155. It's a lot thicker, and it's just it's different, and you have to keep that 155 if you use that powder. 150 to 55, you have to keep it at that temperature pretty strictly, and that's why it's a little less efficient. Works well if you can use it just as directed. I mean, it's what we had to use in the past, but I can't recommend using the high temp liquid enough. It's a game changer. I would never recommend going back to the powder. I wouldn't recommend the powder for anything. I've still got some. I try to incorporate it. It makes me feel better, because I just don't want to throw it away. I'm too damn tight for that, right? So I'll throw in a little teaspoon or two, on my, mash when it gets down to 155, and just to make me feel better. I know it ain't doing shit really, because I've already got it all knocked out with the liquid, but no problem, Gary. Oh, you're talking to Scott? That's what we're here for, brother. We all like to help. I like having them help me out too, because I can't get to all these questions immediately. So I'll try to get to them eventually, but I know a lot of people don't want to sit around waiting for a long time on their answer. It will little. You'll get some carryover. Maybe not as much as what you're hoping for. Thumpers are generally a little bit bigger. The infusion jars, if you have like 2 or 3 of them, tend to carry forward a little better than a thumper. Thumpers tend to, well, they're called doublers for a reason, and they don't double, but they're increasing proof because they're removing water. Okay, there's nothing magic about it. As the water content is removed from it, the proof has nowhere to go but up, right? So that's what thumpers are doing. Basically, it's allowing some of that water to condense in there, and to alcohol to go on through it. And as you do that, of course, it gets watered down inside there. And if you have a drain on it, and you can drain it, and then if you have an infusion, a port on it that you can open up and close, which through a butterfly valve or something, which is what a lot of people put on their infusers. That works out really well. You can drain that water off, shut it off, especially once you get through the heads. You can take it, if you got your thumper going. Once you get through your heads and you're into your hearts, you can drain that thumper and get all that shit out of there and shut it off. And then, yeah, it'll take a while for it to all fill back up, reheat, do all its thing, but you won't get that those heads in there that smear a little bit, right? That's why I came up with the bypass so long ago. So you can use a bypass. You can just simply drain your thumper. I didn't have a drain in my little keg thumper, so I ended up, you know, just rigging a bypass to go around it. So once you do that, you can get rid of all those, and then you can open up an infusion port and dump in, let's just say, daily strawberry mix. That's something popular. Everybody knows that. Got the 2 rings on it, that daily strawberry stuff. It makes the best fucking daiquiris ever. You know what I'm talking about. It's in every liquor store in America, but it's very common. Everybody knows it, and it makes pretty decent little strawberry infuser. So, you can open up the port, dump that shit in there, dump a quart in there, and close it, let it go for a while, and then drain your thumper, and then pour some more in, let it work like that. But what happens is, you got a big thumper, it's going to take a lot of that to go a little way. Whereas if you got quart jars or a half-gallon jar, you can fill that thing up with hot. Make sure that you heat that infusion up, right? So you got it on a pot sitting there, not boiling, but 180 degrees. That way, when you put it in that jar and you use your grill gloves and you screw that thing back up on there, or you pour it into the jar, it's not going to crack that jar, right? Because if it's cold, we know what's going to happen to that jar. So, but yeah, if you've got an infuser, that honey, you're going to get some carryover. With your thumper, maybe not as much, but if you're wanting a good honey flavor and you don't care about adding it afterwards, I'd add it afterwards, because you're going to get a lot of good flavor if you add it afterwards. And the stigma of post flavoring is changing. When I was younger, it was just a no. You don't do that shit, right? The closest we ever came to that was they would make a brandy, and then like peach brandy was very popular, and they'd throw a peach in the jar. Or if you got a quart, you get a peach. If you got a pint, you get a half peach. And that was about as risque, as you got. And it wasn't, a lot of people didn't like it, but that was considered post flavoring back then. Now, they just pour the whole damn can of juice and everything in there. They don't, and it's a little different now than it was then. But yeah, it's a lot of people don't care about the post now as much as they used to. So it's not as big a deal. And if you do the post, you get a lot more flavor. So if you really want a lot of that flavor to carry forward, I definitely recommend just post flavoring with it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good, strong flavor, and it's going to be good. All right. What's going on, Mr. Stevens? What's up, brother? I'm sorry. I'm way behind, bro. Sorry about that. I'm way behind. That'll work. Now, John, are you using exogenous enzymes, or you depend on your barley for conversion? Yeah, that's awesome, bro. Now, did yours have the ferrule at the top, or did you drill it and put a compression or compression fitting, bulkhead fitting in there too? A lot of people do that so they don't have to weld or solder it in there. What's going on, Michael? Thank you, brother. Yeah, you're about as real as it gets here, man. Spear, yeah, the spear on the keg, spike spear. What deal? I don't spear. I try to remember these things, man. You selling your 18.5 Bever? Well, put it on the militia page, man. You'll get rid of it pretty quickly. What's going on, Chris? What's up, brother? Y'all home yet? Yeah, kegs make if I use a keg, I'll float it first. Yeah, you gotta clean it up good. What's going on, Brian? Y'all make it home good? Yeah, that's awesome, man. If you're handy, you can get a sheet of copper. With one that size, definitely want to go 20 ounce. But yeah, you can go get you a good size sheet of copper. It comes to like 3 by 10. And if you're handy, there's patterns out there on the internet and stuff that if you got CNC, they'll give you the G code. You can cut it out, or you can just do it by hand. But yeah, you can make you some pretty nice stuff if you're pretty handy for sure. I got a roll in there, 20 ounce. One of these days I'll get off my lazy ass and do something. But I've always got so much shit on my to-do list. It's crazy. Are you? They're drawing. Copper Steel Co. Is that one of Adams? Oh yeah, yeah. I had a little pony keg out there now that make a big little thumper for my 15. Awesome deal, bro. You got in on that $150 deal, didn't you? Yes, sir. Blue corn and figs. That sounds like a good combo, man. That's good. That's a good amount, Brandy. Cheap viewers, huh? I got free viewers, and I don't make anything, so I ain't paying for nothing. I got people here that are wanting to learn. But Lily Tux, thanks just the same. A flour paste. Oh, I'm lost. I'm probably so far behind. Probably, hey, what's going on, Jeff? Probably Jeff Gospel. I mix you with Jeff Singleton all the time, and I try to. What kind of apples were they? Yeah, some apples will have some really high sugar content, man. Certain ones get really high. Yeah, man, love me some shine. What are you drinking on? Some corn liquor? That's right. That's Clint. I was talking about that before you logged on here, man. Just get on Marketplace, find you a keg, and or Phil Billy can hook you up. They've got some kegs, and they can also put the ferrules in the side for you. That way, if you want to go electric, they can hook you up with SCRs, heaters, all that, or you can make it yourself. Hell, he'll teach you how to make it yourself. He's like that. He doesn't just sell it. He'll teach you how to make it yourself if you want to. He's got a lot of videos on it. So he ain't all about just selling and making money. He's wanting to help promote the craft as well. He helps a lot of people out with Bevers, him and Ian. They and Wes Sandman, he helps them out too, making parts for them on the side, and they make a lot of heads and a lot of stuff to fit the Bevers because there's a lot of people with them. It's a good little setup, and your kegs just the same. Put the same. It's all modular. Once you go to the ferrule and the tri clamp setup, I mean everything's modular. It's just like Lincoln Logs or Legos. You can just build and do any damn thing you want, make anything you want. So it's really neat once you get that capability, to do that. It's awesome. It's definitely the way to go. But yeah, getting a cheap keg and one of those columns, I can pull you a picture in just a minute and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Give me 1 second. Well, it might take me a second. All right, here we go. This is one I actually purchased, so I'm going to do a screenshot. And I'm going to grab that right there. Actually, I should have grabbed the one that showed the measurements. Yeah, let me do that. Maybe I'll show you both of them. Click to see both of you. Well, let's do that so we can get a bigger damn screenshot. Big dummy. God damn it. There we go. Let me try it again so I can get all the wording in there. Yay, I think we finally got something suitable. All right, let me drag that over to my files. That way I don't get lost to your screenshots. And that was the last one. Shit. Man, I hate it when it moves. I'm gonna drag. I have to wait for it to scroll slowly. Here we go. Okay. Now let me add that. 1 second. And we're about there. Here we go. All right. So let me take this away. This is what you buy, right? I don't know how many millimeters that is, but you can see from there to there is 500 millimeters. This is just a tube. You can see they've packed a little copper in there. The sitting copper plate on the inside. They've got some copper mesh plate in there. And you can put it in there. Just don't put it so tight that it's going to restrict the flow. Or you can put some in the sight glass. My roll is about that tall. It's about the same size as the sight glass. So I'll just roll it up and I put it right there in the sight glass where I can see it. Now this is a deflegmator. And then there's the thermometer I was telling you about, the little digital one. Goes into an elbow here. You can put that here if you wanted to, but here I guess it shows you the temperature, and some might get reflux back down. And then it's got your main condenser, shotgun condenser. These work really well, real nice, good shotgun condensers. And then your drip diverter. And it's 2-inch. So going from the keg, you won't need a reducer and are larger. If you're going from a Bever 13 or a 18.5, you'll have to get a 2.5 to 2 converter. So it basically goes from 2.5 inches to 2 with ferrule, so it's a reducer and mounted on there. But I started out with one of these. It works great. Actually, this was like $120. Free shipping, the way to go. And once you add these parts up and you start saying, well, most places sell that condenser is like $60-$80. Elbows are like 12. So there's 60, 80, 12, and 12. There's $100 out there. Deflegmator, that's another 40 at least for that, because it's just a mini shotgun condenser. Then a sight glass, those are 20 some, and then these what they call these spools, that ain't cheap. That's going to be another 20. So if you added these parts up separately, that's 160, $80. Add your drip diverter, that's it's 160, 80, couple $100 if you were to buy those parts separately, plus shipping if you had to. So that's the way to go. And if you don't want to do the column, you don't have to run water through this deflegmator. You don't have to. You don't have to, and you won't get any reflux, and you don't have to put it on there. So you can eliminate that. So you can just take this whole thing out, move that down, and try clamp it right to the top of there. You don't even need the deflegmator if you don't want to use it. It's a specialty thing. It has its purposes, but you don't want to use it every time. It's not something that you need every time. It has a specific purpose. And, so you can eliminate that. You can buy a shorter lift tube to put on there. I don't want that much reflux. I want more flavor. So, you can just go into a short spool elbow into your condenser straight out and get full flavor. But this 2-inch versus a little 1/2-inch copper pipe, man, you wouldn't believe how much quicker I can do a 16-gallon run in the time it takes a 5-gallon beaver with a little 1/2-inch copper to do it, and I've got 3 times the volume, and I can get through it just as quick as a 1/2-inch, line and produce a better product. So something to consider, those sit right there on that keg, man, and do a fine job, works real well. And if you run it just as it is, and you've got a little splitter here, and it's a splitter coming back out for your return, if you can regulate it just right. I've got 2 different lines. I'll have one line going into my deflagmator so I can control the temperature very strictly on what goes in there. It goes back to the reservoir, and then I have a separate line going into my condenser so I can regulate it fairly, well. But the temperature that you go into this deflagmator is huge. It determines how much reflux you get. And if you put very, very, very cold water in there and you get high reflux, I mean, I can get up to 187 proof on mine by running real cold water in that. And, I probably have a couple more sight glasses and a little bit longer tube and copper, but I can get it up to about 187 without doing anything. And I can make an adjustment here and drop it to about 160 with just changing the temperature of the water that goes into this deflagmator. And I can take it out and divert and go to 120 to 180, basically how it's run. So yeah, that's what you want though. That's just a little mini column. I think Hillbilly probably has them or can get them for you. But you can pick them up on Amazon, eBay. Just make sure that you're getting them from somebody reputable. And if it's coming from China, it'll take a while to get there. But Amazon, if it's a prime deal, they'll tell you about how long it's going to take to ship. They're fairly accurate. But yeah, that's what Clint's talking about. That right there. You put that on the keg, can't go wrong. 120, 35 for a keg, $155, and boom, you're going. You can do maybe a little better if you get a 18.5-gallon beaver. You can do a little bit more volume. 15-gallon keg, you're going to probably do 13 in because you got to leave a gap. You don't want it puking over, right? And it's going to foam. I mean, you can't even boil water without it foaming. You can imagine what a beer is going to do, right? Because this is a beer that you're basically distilling. It's been carbonated, with the fermentation process, but it's bubbles and carbonation in it, So, yeah, you don't want to overfill them. So you can do quite a bit in that 18.5, That's cool. One tail. Yeah, generally about 20%, I think, is roughly what you can expect. So 16 gallons, 20%. Let's see, 4 times 4, 16. So 4 gallons would be 25. So a little less, maybe not quite that with running 16. I'll get about 2.5 to 3 and change depending on what I got and how high it was. But like on a grain that's 106070, yeah, I get about 2.5 to 3 before it's proofed. Now once it's proofed down, you'll get more. But these are jars before it gets proofed. So yeah, about 15 to 20% is hearts down. I'm talking not just total jars. I'm talking keeper. But it'll vary, depending on what you're starting, alcohol content is. Of course, the higher it is, the more you're going to get, but the hotter it tends to get as well. So there's trade-offs. Hey, Phil Billy's my brother from another mother. I'm old bad Santa, but we're all brothers up in here, man. You missed me at Maggie? Oh, hell. I was there, brother. I'm not. We didn't meet. I was thinking we might have met. Yeah, we were over at the militia tent. We had several there next to Ian and Phil Billy, and we were all there. Damon, Tom, all of us hanging out there. We had Chris Palin hanging out there with us. We had Marfugel Phil, Captain Phil, hanging with us all day. Yeah, we had a good time. You talking about the corn shellers that those, man? I love those things, man. I would buy it just to have it as, you know, a piece of folk art and history, just to put in my basement. I like having my stuff in my basement, kind of like a Cracker Barrel with all the signs on the walls and all that stuff. I got cedar on the walls down here, so I kind of decorate it like a Cracker Barrel with old signs and old knickknacks and shit like that, antiques and stuff, old boxes and mining lights and all kinds of, you know, lanterns, whatever old shit. And I'd love to have me an old cast iron sheller in the corner that I might get a little use out of. You never know. Like find me a farmer that. But most farmers, man, they'll put it on you, man. They'll wheel you right in there. They'll pull up a conveyor to your truck, fill your bed up if you want them. But I think we figured that like a 55-gallon drum, you'd be surprised how many pounds of corn you can get in a 55-gallon drum. And I bought 50-pound bags, and I store it. You know, I've got drums that I store it in that rings, and that way I can keep it fresh and keep the bugs away from it. And I like buying it in the fall. That way I let it sit out all winter, and those temperatures get down to zero, and it'll kill every damn insect larvae, and everything else. So the weevils be gone. You know, they're gone by the time spring comes. This everything. They're larvae, everything's killed off. So it helps, you know, keep you good, clean corn. But man, you can put a lot of 50-pound bags in that. Well, it might be a little bigger than 55. I think that might be a 60. Because I got some 40s and some 60s. So, but they were originally used from the pharmaceutical stuff. The pharmaceutical powder came into it. What fentanyl was it? I don't want to get near that shit. But we cleaned them up, and you know they're just fine for fermenting and storing. They're really good for storing these grains in and stuff too. Keep the critters out. Bunt pan, holy fuck, am I that far behind? Hey, I'm about a damn hour behind. Lord have mercy. I'm sorry. I'm glad I got Scott. I'm glad I got Scott Clint help me, man. 18 to 20. Now maybe proof, um, but that's a pretty high ABV if you're not adding sugar. You know, it's 1080 is like 12. So I think, you know, maybe 10 to 12. Yeah, around 12. So that'd be pretty high, bro. I mean, that's about as high as might want to calibrate, check your hydrometer. Um, that's pretty high. And that's about as high as your EC 1118 is going to go, is about 18 to 20. So, you know, your yeast most of your yeast won't really, a lot of your wine yeast and regular yeast won't even go that high, but your daddy and your daddy and your EC 1118 and a few other champagne yeast and stuff, they'll get up there. But that's pretty high. I'd recalibrate that. I would say if you're not adding sugar, you're not getting that. So I'm not saying you're a liar or anything like that, but it's just not possible. There's just not that much sugar with the conversion, unless you. I mean, now if you're using, you know, major pound per gallon, like if you had 4 or 5 pounds per gallon and you were somehow able to manage that, I mean, you might get that high, but it's going to be extremely unmanageable. And if you're not doing it, if you're doing 2.5 to 3, or a 2 to 2.5. It's just not. I don't even think it's possible to get that high without adding some sugars and stuff. 1070, 1075 conversion is about as good as you're going to get. That puts you in about the 10% range. Most of your commercial distilleries do 6 to 8. So 1060 to 1070 is perfectly fine with them, and that's probably in the 6 to 8 range, and they're perfectly happy with that. But I would check the equipment and seeing what you're used to measure it. It might be off because that's really high if you're not adding sugar for sure, or that's some outrageously sweet corn, you know. But I'd check things because it's generally about 12. You know, 10. I think 1080 is 12. Let me check that real quick. I think I just looked at it the other day, but I think it's between. Yeah, 10.2% is 1080. So to get 19%, your gravity would have to be, I don't know if it might be off the chart. They don't even. Yeah, I don't even. Let me get my hydrometer. That thing's upstairs. I ain't gonna get it. Let me look at this. See if there's a picture of one on here. I think I can get a picture of one. And of course, it's out of focus. Come on, people. Let's see if I can enlarge this one. Nope. Let me get a picture. I'm trying. I don't even know if it does it. Okay. Okay, it goes up to 20%. Let's see what 20% would be. 1.15. 1.16. So it'd have to be right at the very bottom of your hydrometer. I think that's about the highest rating it'll do is 20%. That would be higher than a 30 brick. So yeah, it's yeah, 1.080 is just a little bit above 11. To get the 12, you'd be about 1090. So that's going to be really tough, bro. I'm not saying you're not getting it, but I would check. Sometimes the paper inside those little glass things are just glued in, and sometimes the paper can slip and move on you. So put that hydrometer in just plain water and make sure that 0 is 0. You know, when it's done in water, it should be right at 0.00. Check that and test it and see if your hydrometer reads 0 right. That's crazy high. You know, it's I thought I was in good shape, but as I scroll this damn thing down, it keeps throwing the little thing up. Man, I'm so far behind. It's crazy. I'm sorry, y'all. Man, I need to do better. I am sorry, I'm getting way behind. I probably spend too much time on some of these questions. Um, yeah, you definitely kill your yeast off when it gets that high. It'd be really tough with just straight corn. With sugar, it wouldn't be that high, but it'd be real syrupy. Because I do the wine sometimes, and I've done sugar washes. So that's too high. Either way, it's higher than you need to be. I know that you can't get there just straight grain, so something's up. Something's wrong. Something ain't right in Little Italy. I'm not sure what. If I'd like to see your process, and maybe we can figure out and see what you're using to measure. Yeah, that's most people. And I'm sorry. I know you said this an hour ago. I should probably just. I'm not going to skip anybody, so I'm going to try to get through these pretty quick. But yeah, most people that do the beer, corn is something totally new to them. So learning to gelatinize, you can steep it and work it pretty well. Cooking it works great, but you run a really high risk of scorching and ruining things. So, which is what most beginners do. So, if you're just starting out, 2 pounds per gallon is probably a good place to start because it's good and thin and manageable. Uh, but if you're steeping, you can get by with a little heavier because you don't have to stir it to keep it from scorching when you're steeping. But when you're steeping, and you need 20 gallons of water, you're steeping with 15, right? You got 5 set to the side boiling. And as it cools down, you keep adding water to keep your temp up over the hour and a half, 2 hour period. So by the time you get to the end, and then you let it get to about 185, where the high temp alpha goes in, and then it'll thin out real well for you. It's amazing how quickly it works. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how you get that high on all grain. It has to be something different. Good. Yeah. Use the liquid glucose and the liquid high temp alpha. Awesome. Yeah, those are good. 18 and a half. Both of them are good. Oh, 185. Yeah, I think the 18 and a half is like 200 to 220, 230 range. But it'll get down. You just have to watch it. Put it in your shopping cart and just on. I guess I put it in my cart and then save it for later. And that way I can keep track of the price on it. Every time I check my cart, it'll show you the price changes and shit. And I can see when the price drops on stuff, and if it has a good drop on it, and that's when I drop the handle on it, lower the hammer, and actually buy it. I'm cheap like that. But yeah, you can get your spice, fill belly still in the clear, everything you need, your corn, your needs, supplies, everything. Yeah, you can. I've got like I said, a bigger barrels that I've set smaller barrels in. I use the foam around, or you can just save the packing foam that you get, the plastic peanuts, whatever. Probably those aren't as efficient, but like the solid foam pads and stuff you get, you can put that on the bottom. You can use the spray foam to go around the sides. You just have a couple of inches all the way around. Take a few cans, but you can spray that and make a good insulated or a big ass cooler. If you got one of those big, long fishing box coolers that go in your boat, or a 20 or 30 gallon cooler, big ass cooler, 120 quart or whatever cooler, those are even better. Those work great. They hold temp just like they keep stuff cold. They'll keep stuff hot. So if you got a big cooler, those work great for steeping, and you can stir it up in there and add your alpha and stir it. And then when it gets big, you can just use your big scoop it over and put it in your fermenter and let it cool off. Oh, he's probably back now. By the time I got to this, so I'm an hour. Oh my, I got way behind now. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'll try to get him on. Started out, and I hope you're still here, Tracy. Started out with cheap water, then I purchased a flute and put it on a half keg. Made a quarter keg thumper, all stainless. Made a 3-inch copper shotgun condenser. Awesome. Now you have all. Man, that's awesome, brother. That's a good progression, and you can still use those kegs as thumpers. Yeah, I appreciate it, Scott. And I know you're not here, but if you watch it later, yeah, you definitely want to use the high temp alpha and the glucose, even if you use malts, um, just to make sure you get a good full conversion. The beta works good at 150. Now, a lot of the liquid glucose, they want you going in at a cooler temperature. Clint, a lot of the liquid glucose I'm dealing with, it's like 100, I don't know, 120 or so or less. Let me see what it recommends. Now, you talking about the firm solutions? I could go get the bottle. Yeah, on the firm solutions, they recommend 130 to 40 optimal. Well, that's the same as beta. Some of the stuff I've been getting is even cooler. This one says 104 to 149. Interesting. Yeah, I've been putting most of mine in at around 100. And letting it work. But I know the beta, and a lot of people confused because it's beta glucanase. A lot of people, because the beta is generally in the 140 to 55 range, and the straight glucose is usually a lot less. Now this one that this brewing company is talking about is around 99 for its optimal temperature for the liquid glucose they're using. So I would just suggest whatever the package says, because I think there's a lot of different ones out there. What I'm using, I read before around pitching temps, so around 100 degrees. But like the beta glucanase, which is just beta amylase, they call it a beta glucanase, and a lot of people confuse that with glucoamylase, just like pectic enzymes and pectin. But yeah, most of the glucose I've been using is right around 100, and it'll work as things are fermenting. What's going on, Nathan? You probably come and gone, brother. I'm sorry. Banana having good carryover. Yeah, bananas got some good strong flavors. Peach carries fairly well. There's some good fruits that carry. Plums carry well. Yeah, dent corn is pretty much, all the field corn is yellow dent too. There's a lot of different names and breeds, varieties, but starch content wise, they're all fairly the same. Awesome. Sounds good, brother. Sugar, yeast, and fruit juice. All right, so making some brandies. Awesome. Well, I hope you're still with us, Anne Marie, and I apologize that you asked this an hour and a half ago when I'm just getting to it. I'm going to have to do better about getting through these quicker. Um, and I hope you're still watching. But yeah, using fruit juices are great if you can add some concentrates to that. But really, just instead of focusing on moonshine and moonshine sites, start reading wine sites and making your own wine. Now, there's a Welch's grape juice wine. There's a whole following of people that use grape juice, Welch's grape juice, to make their wines with, and it makes a really good wine. A lot of people that are wine connoisseurs might snub it and turn their nose up at it, but I've made some really good Welch's wine, and so yeah, just get a hydrometer and stay within the ranges and make sure that you got your sugar under control and not too much sugar because it really can really get hot, and you can also get too much and run into an issue with stalled ferments. But yeah, that's there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe trying different yeasts, and getting some different results from that. Buying some nutrients, getting a bag of Fermax or Fermo to help give your yeast some nutrients, because a lot of people think, oh, it's got fruit in there, it's got plenty to eat. No, it needs some nitrogen and in the form that it can eat. So there's certain things that you can do and experiment with different yeasts to give you a little bit different flavor, and then make some good wines. And you can also put it in a distiller and make some decent brandies with it. But I hope you stuck around long enough for me to answer your questions. I'm definitely going to have to do better at getting to these. Do I squeeze? Yes. I've got brew bags that the trub in the bottom and all the excess corn and everything, I dump that into a brew bag and I'll hang it from a ladder and let it drip into a bucket. I've also got a mop wringer that I use just for that, and I'll squeeze it out. And then I'll take that and pour it into a barrel, pour a little bit of fresh water over it to help take out some of the alcohol that's remained. That way it won't kill my yeast off, and then sour mash that back in and do that all summer long. No, not that I know. I just only thing the glucose that I use is lower temp. I don't know. It may be a different type of glucose or something like that, but I've not seen any bad advice, brother. I appreciate your help tremendously. I've not seen anything you said that I'd consider bad. If I implied that, I'm sorry, but no, no. Yeah, that does sound good. I saw one he did today, or was it today? Yeah, I saw one that banana pudding mixed with the shine. That looked real good. I'm not real big on the creams. Uh, I'm kind of lactose intolerant, and really the only cream I've ever been able to to use was like the Bailey's Irish cream in a B52 drink or something like that. I've never been really fond of the sipping creams. I don't know. I guess. I mean, just to take one little sippy sip and to taste, yeah, it tastes good. But if it's something I got drunk on, oh God, that too many. My stomach's gurgling thinking about it. Yeah, man, that good limestone water is what you want. We can't talk about buying or selling in here, but We just have to say you got to get it at the liquor store. We can't. Facebook will shut us down if we talk about buying or selling or anything like that. YouTube will as well. We take a little sippy sip from time to time on here. They don't mind that as long as you don't get real crazy drunk and act a fool. But we can't talk about sales or anything of that nature. And most of us are hobbyists. There's a few probably that do sell, but they wouldn't say nothing on here either. So you're gonna have to poke around locally, and it shouldn't be too hard. Go to a grocery store and ask who buys all the sugar. You'll find out who's making liquor. Yeah, yeah. You can. I do I rack it off and let as much as I can settle what floats on the top. I've got little mesh skimmers. I'll skim it off and throw it in the sour mash bucket, and then I let it settle, and then I'll just siphon it off all the way down to the trub. That's the grain yeast bed or whatever at the bottom. I just siphon all that off, and then what's left at the bottom, I'll dump into a brew bag that's in a bucket, and I'll tie it up, and I'll just raise it and tie it to a ladder and let it drip in the bucket overnight. And a lot of times, if I don't want to wait overnight, I'll just put it in the old mop wringer and wring it out, and then I'll just dump it back into the sour mash bucket. I tell you, nanners aren't bad. They can come out with some unique flavors, sometimes grungy. A lot of people, if you want to make a rum with it, using the brown sugar and molasses and stuff, be careful how much molasses you use because that can give it kind of a grungy taste. But anytime that you're using bananas, be very conscious about how much headspace you have in your fermenter because they are renowned. Everybody that does it the first time that doesn't hear this or remember it, you'll remember it the hard way because it will. If you're used to doing it, I'll leave about that much headspace. That should be plenty, or I'll leave a foot. That should be plenty. That shit's on your floor the next morning. Your wife is going crazy. So yeah, it's banana makes a huge, huge cap. So be careful. Yep, absolutely, brother. Yep. Banana milkshake with liquor. That sounds interesting, but I could take a sip, but man, I just can't imagine getting drunk on creams. That would I, I would I'd get sick. I know it would. Yeah, I definitely sounds interesting. I looked it up and they said some of the Virginia leaf will have about 10 to 30% sugar, so that'd be definitely something interesting. It's not I never thought about it. I've heard people like we were talking about cigar bourbon, but I've never thought about it. What's going on, Kimbo? Sorry, just getting around your messages. Yeah, I'm about an hour away in Lexington. See, a beekeeper. Well, that explains why you might put a little honey in your thumper. Read up on making some meads. You may already do make the meads, but you can make some pretty good beers and meads with honey, and you can distill it and make some pretty good shine with it too, for sure. Yeah, it is hard work. It is definitely hard work for sure. I'm gonna scroll down. So do I think all the moonshiners is fake? No, no. Some of those people have experience and done it for a long time. No, 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 no. We know Mark and Digger made it with popcorn way back in the day. That's facts. I mean, that ain't disputed. Never been disputed. There's pictures of them 30 years ago, making it with popcorn. So they ain't no doubt about that. They've got experience. The only lie is this year when they ran into a lactose infection act like it's the first time they've seen that. Yeah, we know better. We know better. They do a lot of things for the show, and they have to do it, to make content. They have to keep coming up with stuff to make content. But yeah, Mark and Digger have been doing it a long time. I know Huck have been doing it a long time. I know what's his name? Shoot, might be the other Mark that works with Huck. I think he was actually a photographer or something that had done it and got on the show. And some people are fairly new at it on the show, haven't been at it a long time. Doesn't make them fake. It just makes them newbies, and just starting out, or maybe not as experienced as some of the others. But everybody's got to start sometime, and but a lot of the content, they have to dramatize, and they do a lot of things like the lacto. I know Mark and Digger ran into lacto ages ago. I mean, you don't distill and ferment, without running into it over the years. But for the most part, I would say their experience is real, and probably some newer people on there learning, But yeah, they definitely got experience. Tickle them, they've been doing it a long time. They're real shiners. Tim, he's been doing it a long time. They're real shiners. The Laws, they've done it a long time. They're real shiners. I mean, some of the people that have been on the show that are no longer on the show got busted shining in real life and been doing it a long time. So I think they look for people that do have experience and that have shined. But I think once you get on the show, your days of backyard shining are pretty much coming to an end unless you're in a pretty cool place, But a lot of it's dramatized for TV, and they do little, like I said earlier, the watermelon crawl. You ain't getting watermelon coming off that tap that has that much flavor. It just knocks you down. No, that's all for show. But a lot of the stuff they do on the show too, it's real. Do they run it really on the show? Real stuff. Some of them are legal distillers. Mark and Digger are legal. A lot of them on the show are legal now, so they're able to do that. And they don't show you all sides of the still, but somewhere on a lot of those stills they use is a serial number. So sometimes they may be out in the woods with a legal still. So yeah. What's up, Billy? Oh, that's Motor City Frank. I saw that Motor City. What's going on, Frank? You must say, is that a pun intended there, Vic? I see. I must say. Yeah, if you're a good winemaker, you'll make really good brandies, brother. You just make your wine and put that good clear wine in a boiler and expect to lose most of your flavor. But you'll once you start infusing with some concentrates, um, you'll make some good brandies and interesting and some post flavorings. With wine fortified. Make some pretty interesting drinks as well. Sweeten it up a little bit. Yes, sir. $30. Wow, that's pretty high, brother. Here, 50-pound bag at Tractor Supply is probably 12, 14 bucks. And most of the places you can get around here, you go to a farmer, you get a 55-gallon drum for 15, 20 bucks. So shop around, find some farmers. May not grow a lot of corn up there. I don't know. Might not have the season for it, but that's got to find something around there indigenous that's got the sugars, maybe some fruits that grow there. I'd say your nicotine won't carry. You're gonna kill that off on I don't think that's going to carry through the distillation. I think a lot of that's going to get lost. Yes, sir. It would depend on how much of the cane juice or the cane that you added to it. Of course, the more cane juice or cane that you add to it, the higher it's going to be. But yeah, it just make a kind of a rum grain combo. It'd be fine. I throw heads and four shots. I ain't keeping none of it. Yeah, we could make a fun episode where everybody could just chime in and talk about the handy things that they've done with the heads. Man, there's so much. It makes such a good cleaner, and it's great to put on your metal before you weld and clean. It's probably make a good paint thinner. I know you can put a little perfume in it, give it to your wife as a little, so you got her a big quart of fingernail polish remover, and she'll love you forever. There's a lot of things you can do with it. And that's a good way to do it. Like I say, and when I put the chart up there, you can use your big jars here because pretty much what you got. But when you start getting around in, between 5 and 6, switch to small jars, and go small jars until you smell, your fingers and do the smell test. And you can tell and smell that you're into about 9. And then, you can go back to big jars until you start smelling the tails or your proof just plummets, then you're getting deep in your tails. And then you can start doing the small jar thing again. That way you don't have 50 little jars. Yeah, heads and fours are different, but like the chart shows here, you're not keeping jar 1 or 2, so it's trivial. It is the technical difference between four shots and heads, but over the years, a lot of people don't even talk about four shots anymore because it's getting included in jar number 2 here and 3, and they're all getting fucking pitched anyway. So nobody cares. Most people when they collect that first that they pitch on the show or everywhere else, they're past jar 1 into 2, sometimes 3 anyway for the size that they're running. So yeah, but I've seen a lot of shiners. They'll keep jars 4 through 18 and just blend them all together and sell them, and they get bottom prices. Their liquor's bottom, and it's watered down and it sucks. But if that's all you can find, all you can get, they probably making money hand over fist. But you'll know when you start drinking a little bit of headsy stuff. That's when you say, bro, you need to work on those cuts a little bit. But yeah, there's a lot of greedy shiners out there that'll mix jar 4 all the way to 18, and they don't care. They'll just put it all in a big thing, proof it down, and sell it. And I guess once you get drunk, you don't notice it. But that's not the way I do business or would do business. 18 gallon. Yeah, I'll go quart and a half, 2 quarts easy out of my 18. Easy. And then some. Yes, I do, Jeff. I sure do. And I don't use coffee filters because they're expensive. I'll use paper towels. They're about as porous, actually maybe a little more porous. So I just use paper towel and cut them up, the fours, and screw it. They're fine. It's just keeping dust and debris out of there and flies and shit from going into it because everything, they smell that stuff. They love it. I don't use slop for sour mash, but after your sour mash, I guess I use backings, and the last run. Yeah, absolutely. If that's what you mean, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just use paper towels. They're a little cheaper, and save my coffee filters when I need to filter stuff out. What's going on, Adam? I'm sorry that I'm just now saying howdy. You probably come and gone and cuss me for not saying hey, but I'm sorry. I need to do better and scroll through these a little faster. And we hope you get back to where you can run them again, my friend. Sounds like you got a pretty good little setup. That's awesome. Just get a little stir crazy. Uh-oh. Not able to get out of that. I hope your health is all right. And if not, I hope you get to feeling better soon, brother. Welcome back. See, I knew you'd be back feeding the damn chickens before I even got near the bottom. Yeah, watch your beans with the drips. That's a fact. That's, getting consistent is one of the hardest things. And that's why, a lot of people don't like the science. They try to, push the science away. But to get to where you want to replicate something and to make it consistent, you really have to start bringing in the science and start doing some weights and temperatures and measurements, a lot more precise, temperatures of everything more precise, pH of things more precise, the water you're going into more uniform. um, if you can standardize everything and keep everything as closely in tolerances and limits as you can, then you can start replication. And then once, that's the biggest thing. And when you want to go commercial, you can make different stuff out of the into the secondary market, the black market or whatever, and people don't notice and don't care so much. But when they're buying your bottle off the shelf and they've got a certain favorite that they like, and they're expecting it to taste just like that last bottle. Whereas, if you're just selling white dog, it's not as critical. But yeah, once you want to being able to replicate things and being consistent, requires science and experience. Oh yeah, definitely the way to go. Unless you want a good workout. I use the stuff I used to get from Prohibition, and he didn't even go to Maggie Valley this year, so I wasn't able to buy it from him this year. I usually see him at Maggie and pick up a couple of jars of each, but he wasn't there this year, so I don't know. I guess you can get it from North Georgia if you want. I think Philbilly probably has some. There's quite a few sellers. Or you can go to Firm Solutions out of Danville, Kentucky, and get it from them too. I think North Georgia has theirs on Amazon. But if you're gonna pay that price, just get it from Philbilly, and have him ship it to you, and help support him because it's because of him that we can be here. So So I like to promote his stuff any chance I get because he's a good guy, and I like helping, local and friends and people like that before the corporations that don't need my money as bad. Yeah, it's been bad hot, man. These people with black mash barrels, I bet they're like, no way they can mash, man. Unless they're in the shade, even, man, it gets any sunlight on those black barrels. God damn, I mean, that water gets 110, 20 degrees before lunchtime, man. It's crazy. So you definitely don't want to do that. And definitely, if you're doing it outside, it's got to be in the shade, or you got to put covers over it and around it, or put 4x8 sheet of plywood and a tarp or anything. That's not just to hide it. That's to keep the sun off of it so it don't get so damn hot it kills your yeast off and boils everything in there and kills it all off. I appreciate it, Allison. What's going on, Dan? You probably come and gone, brother. I'm sorry. I'm scrolling fast now. I should have been doing this earlier, but I've been getting some good questions that I want to answer, and I like giving complete answers. But I see a lot of this others just chit chat, but it and Scott and Clint have helped me answer. I appreciate you boys. I really do. They help the show, that's for sure. Because I get slow and I get long-winded. Imagine that. But I hope that people are learning, because even if they weren't the ones that asked the questions, a lot of times it's either a question that they had and they wanted, or they've forgotten, or they're like me. Well, that's a damn good question. Let's find out. Like that tobacco leaf. I never thought about that. Damn it! It's been in the mid-90s here for the last week and a half. Hotter than shit. Do a pre-post. You will have to tell me about that, damn. Yeah, it's been hot as shit, man. Oh hell, that's the place to work, man. Damn straight. So you pushing them frozen goods into the truck. That's awesome. You get to work in them sleep cooler trucks and everything. Yeah, it's hot as shit. Yeah, I'm looking forward to 80. Actually, nighttime temps. This next week we're supposed to be in the mid 80s and 70s at night. So that's about what it's been. Upper 70s, 90s a day, and 80 to upper 70s at night, which hot. I couldn't do 25 feet of snow. I mean, you can't get out of the high tunnel. Have to tunnel your way out the house. Gonna have to have a couple of them to keep you warm in that kind of weather. A woman don't hear that. Man. Yeah. Oh. You what? Nothing. Hope she didn't hear that. Yeah, we don't get as much snow here as we used to. Damn, and not that far behind. How many gallons is it? Oh, okay. A rye paste works real well. But it's mean to get off. It gets hard as a rock. Did you see the pic? Here we go, Jeff. This is what you want to put on your beer keg. That works really well. Just to get started, works great. And when you want, this is good for, probably better for rums and vodkas, with the deflegmator and everything, than it would be for like a whiskey. For a whiskey, you would want a larger chamber like the football. So if you get the football, use football still, use that football on a keg. I'd recommend just get one of those horse heads from Philbilly. It's a good normal cap with a lint arm coming out of it, lint arm coming out of it, and for your whiskeys and brandies. But this is pretty good for your rums, broad vodkas, and just general use. I mean, you don't have to use this long tube. You can get a shorter tube. You don't have to have this deflegmator on there giving you more reflux. You can take that off. You can take the sight glass off. You put the sight glass right next to your steel. That way you can see if there's any puking, and use just a short spool on that, elbow straight into a condenser, for whiskeys and brandies. That way you don't get a whole lot of reflux, and you can lower your proof and increase the water in your distillate and flavor. So, yeah, something like that's a great starter, and they're cheap, $120, $130 shipped. Amazon, eBay. Philbilly may have these. I haven't been to philbilly.com in a little bit, but we'll check it out and see for you. But yeah, that's definitely the way to go to get started, and then buy you a horse head for your brandies, or just use short spool. Half a keg is about what, 7.5 gallons. So I'd say five, you know, five and a half. And it probably would make a difference if it was one of the short pony types that were flat like a pancake instead of the taller ones. The taller ones probably have to give it a little more. They probably foam up a little higher than the shorter flat ones would, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go, bro. That's for the money. It's a no-brainer just for the parts, because you're going to use those parts. You're going to use this shotgun condenser. Now, I will tell you what I did, because a lot of the China thread patterns don't necessarily say what they are, or fit with anything that you can actually buy. Um, you might need to, get a tap and die, and tap that out, and make it closer to a standard fitting that it's supposed to be, that it isn't. So I did mine and corrected them, and used a good fitting, a little bit larger than the ones that go in there, and it worked out real well. And I used the hell out of that. That's the same exact shotgun condenser I got, and it's excellent. It works great. But I did increase the size of that, and the lines that go into it are bigger as a result. Also, when you see where these come straight out, and then you see the flex in that blue line from the top, how it's got that bend. Instead of coming out of it with an elbow that comes over and points down, you won't get that flex in your lines, and you won't have your lines crimping on you. Instead of having it come out and that line bend, and eventually once it gets hot, it crimps up. Right? This is pretty stiff stuff, but once you start using a larger diameter line, it'll start folding over on itself, and it'll crimp up. So if you buy an elbow and just go in straight from the bottom, there's no bend in your water line, and that's definitely the way to go. So come straight out of those with an elbow, just like I did, and you won't get that bend in your line, and eventually it'll restrict the flow, and it won't work right. But yeah, just put that elbow. I keep thinking y'all can see my mouse where it's pointing, but you know where I'm talking about, where the blue coolant lines are going in the bottom and top of this long condenser on the left over here. Put an elbow in there, and instead of that coming straight out and that elbow pointing straight down, and just go in through that with your water, and you won't have to worry about those lines crimping on you. Yeah, that'll save you some time and money right there, and some headaches. Me too, brother. I like it around 50 to 80. 70s to the 50s, I'm fine. If it gets real fucking cold, I hate it. If it gets real fucking hot, I hate it. So I guess I should be in San Diego or somewhere with weather like San Diego, but not California. Hey, oh, viewers out in Cali, but damn, it's a mess these days. It was pretty cool when I was out there in the 80s, but man, it needs some work and it's a mess. Heck yeah, brother. Hey, we're all learning. I learned some things today about tobacco leaf and what DOD stands for. I've never bought the first thing off Temu. I've never even downloaded TikTok. I know I got a lot of brothers that use TikTok, post videos on there and do all that stuff. But once I heard it's fine and using it, that's okay. Yep, they sure can, and for a fraction of the price. You miss Phil, Billy? Damn it! I remember meeting you. Uh, he's coming and going. He's busy. He had to make his rounds. He's had to go see everybody. He was down there though. He hung around, I guess, with Ian and Sean Rigsby down there. But, oh no, that's right. Philby didn't go to Maggie this year. I don't know what the hell I'm thinking. Philby didn't go with Ian. Ian was down there. No, Philby, he didn't make it this year. He decided to do a wise thing, and it was his wife's birthday, so he made the wise decision to stay at home and celebrate her birthday with her instead of coming. I think he made a wise choice. What do y'all think? Yeah, that's about what I was thinking. Ian down there, but yeah, Phil didn't make it this year. But Wes and Ian was there, and that was representing the Phil Billy Moonshine Shop. And of course, the rest of the list, me and Tom and Damon were all there, and Chris was there, and Mark Fugelfield. We had a big crowd there. We had a bunch of people there. Yeah, I've never fooled with it. I always thought the damn price was too good to be true. And I've talked to some people that loved it. And I've had a lot of groups that I had me in that people tried to post that shit in there, and I had to delete it. And they kept posting it, and eventually I had to block them out. But I guess if they post it and somebody buys something, they get credit for it and all this, some kind of marketing scheme. Hell with all that shit. Don't post that in the groups. The hell yeah. Yeah, I say about 400. Yeah, it's a bunch. More than you're going to carry. And you don't pack your pickup thinking you're going to fill them all, because it gets heavy quick. And they're a great place to store. Those drums with the rings that you can snap on, if you can get one that's seals well. I've stored grains in them for a long time. They do real well. Yeah, that's a lot, bro. That's high as hell. Yeah, that's high. I had to pull it out and see if the triple scale would even read it. I've never had that much. I don't think you can get that with just straight corn, you know, even a sweet corn, even corn juice. I don't think it would be that high. So I think, I think you need to calibrate and check your hydrometer. And if not, I want to know what grain you're using, and I want to try that shit. Yeah, you'd have to use some sugar. Yeah, I'd like to try some of that mead now. I love me some honey. I'm scrolling faster, boys. I'm trying to get through all this. It's after 11. All right. Let's scroll through. All right. What would cause a pickle jar rig to not produce any product? A leak. A leak, or you didn't have any alcohol to start with. It's going to be one of the two. Most likely a leak. And the pickle jar rig, it was uh, it was done more to show that if you had to, you can, and that in a shit hit the fan situation, if you absolutely had to make some alcohol to dress some wounds or as anesthetic or something, hard times, but it was just pretty much done as you can do it this way, but it's not recommended. It's better to get you, a cheap vessel, get you an old cheap pot, pressure cooker you can convert, that little thing on the top unscrews. You can screw you a little adapter in there that goes straight into your copper, a little compressor fitting into copper, or, there's so many other ways to do it. Phil really did that just to, it's one of his most popular videos to date. It got millions of views. Got a lot of people talking, and a lot of people talking about that's dangerous, and it is. What a lot of people don't realize is the alcohol in the jar that's boiling is a pretty low proof. So even if that jar breaks, it's not going to be, unless it's on an open fire, it's not going to be like a huge explosion because it's just 8%, 10% alcohol. So it's mostly water. So it's not going to explode. But as the temperature goes up, the volatility does as well. So it's not just like 8 to 10% at room temperature. So as the temperature goes up, it becomes a lot more volatile, but still probably not the safest still to use. Probably be best go ahead and get you a little small dabber and get started. Um, but it's most likely going to be a leak. And if you don't have a leak, then you didn't have any sugar in your starting mash. But you should be getting water. So something's not right. And if you're boiling an hour into boiling and no drips, it's a leak because it's not even condensing the water. So either your condenser is not cool enough and vapors are coming out the end of your condenser, or you're leaking around the jar lid. Either way, it made a cool video. It was fun, but we want you to be safe. So we talked about earlier beverage steels, some of the cheaper beverage steels and stuff, or a beer keg. I highly recommend you get you a beer keg. And but if you got a turkey fryer, you can set it right up on that turkey fryer and just crank your heat slow and make you still out of that and be safe. We want everybody to be safe. That was done just as a kind of a fun video, but Yeah, you probably didn't get any alcohol, but you should be getting water condensing and dripping. So if you're not, your condensing temperature is not cool enough to cool the water, or probably most likely all the steam's leaking somewhere and you just don't see it. Don't open up any of them. Let them cool. Just turn everything off and let it cool. Yeah, I wouldn't do that anymore. It's fun, but just turn the stove off and let everything cool down. It'll be all right. And yeah, it'll be fine. But just let it cool. Get you a keg steel or something cheap or a little bever. We want everybody to be safe, and having the jar rigs is one thing, but trying to use the jar as a steel like you did on the video, it was all for fun and just to say you could, but we want everybody to be safe. Yeah, I'll relook at those temps. I've been using the glucose. I'm positive it said 100 range or less, but I'll look at it again. I'm damn sure could be wrong, but I'm thinking different. There's different ones. I know that the beta glucanase is in the 135 to 55 range. That's, but I'm pretty sure the glucose is a lower temp, but I'll double check and let you know. No, it's not a bit harder. Actually, it's easier. Yeah, it's just the corn, and you're not having to step mash up like we talked about, a couple of weeks ago when we had Wayne on here. You're not having to step mash up. You don't have to worry about the protein haze and dealing with the protein rest and all that. I mean, you can still, but it's a lot less critical than that you would with beer. No pasteurization, none of that needed. So you're going to see some changes. You're going to lose hops and add corn, which changes everything. Corn is different than anything you've ever done, and you're working backwards now. Used to you start at low temps and stepped up. Now you start at high temps and work in reverse. So it is quite a bit different, but it's once you have experience working with grains, whether you're going forward or backwards, you're going to be able to. You're familiar with the fermentation process. You're familiar with doing all that. That's wild here now. So you be patient. That's all I can say, brother. I'm sorry, but uh, I'm slow. Yeah, I think that's the best answer. That's right. Yeah, I just stay away from the glass entirely, unless it's like in an infuser jar rig. And even then, like I was talking earlier, heat your infusion juices up before you put it in that jar, or it's going to break on you when you add them. No, you don't have to toss it. You can recalibrate it. You could probably put some, permanent tape on it, and or you can just look and see how far up or down it is from where zero was, and like if it's a quarter of an inch off, then when you measure, just to add a quarter of an inch right in that direction. So it's not ruined. I mean, it's just a four. If it's a typical hydrometer, it's 4, 5, 6, 7 bucks. $6, $7 average. But yeah, you can still use it. It's just look at the zero and see where it is, and temperature. Make sure that you're in 60 some degrees that it's calibrated for when you do the water test. But if it's a 1/4 inch, you know, and it's saying your water is if it's above the 1, so it's saying it's less than 1, you just know to shift everything down, right? When you measure it the same amount, so it's just off a little bit. So yeah, you don't have to throw it away, but just remember, and you can make little marks with it, or you can put some tape on it, and you know, put some paper underneath the permanent tape, or some wrapping packing tape or something that won't get wet and look all messy. But yeah, the papers will slide around in on you, and you know that's one thing for sure. You know, but just recalibrate it. You know, so if it's a 1/2 inch off, and then you know just to drop things a 1/2 inch down, and that's the actual what the actual reading's going to be, and then probably eventually you know you're going to want to get you a new one, but they're not too expensive. Yeah, I just, you know, I'm not a big fan of the glass. You know, even in the infusers, I would much rather have a copper infuser with a port in the top and a drain in the bottom than the jars. There is a cost difference that you pay for that, and you know, a lot of people really just can't afford that. So working with those hot jars, you know, and it's cool to watch that shit bubble in there. But you know, it's I know people that's worked with the jars for a long time, and as long as you follow, you know, certain guidelines, you know, make sure you got your grill gloves on, make sure that your infusion liquid is hot. That way you don't pour something cold in that hot ass jar, because those jars get 200 degrees, you know, when they're running, they'll get 190, 200 degrees on you. Yeah, Kelly's real. Jim Tom's definitely real. Yeah, just don't, you know, just don't use the jars. You know, if you have to in the rigs, that's one thing, but in infusers, it's okay. But as far as like the pickle jar setup, that was all just for you know fun and making a video just to show that you could do it if you know the shit hit the fan, or I guess you're in prison or something and you get a jar handy. I don't know how you're gonna hate it, but might be able to get Papa to make you some prison hooch. Yeah, it's probably about the same. Yeah, it's cool. You can, you definitely can. You know, some oak to most people that I know that have been at it a long time, they won't put any charcoal over there until they get near the tails. And they like, then these are people that reuse their tails. So they like to filter their tails and not their alcohol. And they filter their tails for the next time they run it. It helps take out some of those oils. Get a little secret trick there. Don't you dare slow down on me, bro. I depend on you, man. I'm gonna have to do better though. I think I got further behind tonight than I have been. It's because I haven't been on here a while, and everybody's got the questions asking. I love it, so I'll get on here until I can scroll down. And if I didn't answer your questions, post it again. What's the best I've ever made? I've made some really good corn liquor, and I've made some good whiskey in my days. But probably what everybody likes and says is probably my grappa. I mean, I've had some people tell me it's the best thing they've ever put to their lips, and they've drank a lot of alcohol. And they wasn't. Hopefully, they wasn't lying to me. They said they wasn't. But I've had a lot of people really really swear up and down on that grappa, and these are people that know, and there are people that are honest and tell you, what they think of it. But that was probably, according to everybody's the best. I liked it real well, but I like I like something on wood just as well. But it was definitely unique. It was a really good flavor. It was really good, if I have to say so myself. It was very interesting. 130 proof is what I ended up with. I ran it a certain way to. It took about 2 years to do. So I made a white wine with just grapes. I didn't use the pumice like a true grappa. I have tried that. I did do that, and it sucks. Let's just be honest. Took a lot of sugar. It sucked. Don't do it. Don't waste your time with it. I just used. I did it both ways. I pressed the white grapes that I got out and made a wine with that, and then I took sugar with all the pumice and all the skins and all the leftovers like they would a true grappa, the same exact ones that made that grappa, and I did those separately with sugar to bring it up to what I needed, right? And it didn't even make a good sugar shine. Just the flavor of the stems and the peels, the lemon, the bitter. No, I just didn't like it. But the grappa itself, made with just the grape and the juice of the grape, no skins, none of that. But I aged the wine, for almost about a year and a third, almost a half, and then I distilled it, and then I aged it in the jar, almost another 6, 8 months. So it was a little over 2 years old, which there's a lot that goes on. A lot of process goes on in that aging, even without the barrel, even in a jar. You can age, and there's a lot of chemical processes that are, going on for long times. That's how your wines mature, and that's how you jar age. And so yeah, it turned out to be really good, but it takes a long time to make it, and it's just not practical to try to make it all the time. It is something I will do again when I get the time and when I find another really good deal on grapes, because I'm cheap like that. They have to be on sale and really cheap as hell, because you just can't afford to pay, $2 a pound for a lot of fruit, or $3 a pound for stuff, and then just take them home and make a wine out of it, that you're going to distill. Because, if it's just a wine, it's not so bad, but you're going to distill it and take even more of the flavor out and reduce it even more. And it's just, yeah, it takes a lot, and it gets expensive. So like the dude earlier asking about the decomposing fruit, the secondhand fruit, definitely a good way to go. Yeah, Quebec can handle them hot tins. I tell you, just regular old bread yeast likes 100, you know. And the that tequila yeast does well in hot water. Tequila is a good thing to do when it gets hot like this, because it likes, good tequila wash likes higher temperature. So right now is a good time to be making your tequila. Man, it was pretty bad. Yeah, the coppers will do probably the most for your sulfides than the charcoal. But I mean, charcoal remove a lot, but it can also take out flavor at the same time. That's why most people that I know that use it, they'll slide it over there when it gets to the tails, and they use it to help kind of take a little bit of the oils out of the tails before they reuse them. Yeah, I like that. The bottom, false bottom, that definitely helped. But having it the vapor path, is important too, because it'll move some of the sulfites from your mash in the bottom, but the vapor, and what's in the top might not come into contact with that copper. So if you use that copper mesh in your tube, in your lint arm, or in your cap, if it's you want to force that, so it's best to use it, you pack it in your lint arm and force that vapor to go through it, because you get a lot of surface area out of that mesh, and once that vapor comes into contact, the copper in that vapor comes, or the sulfites in that copper, or the vapor come into contact with the copper, they'll bond to it and help strip it out of that vapor. Oh yeah, it'll definitely help the flavor. What's up, brother? Ain't seen you in a little bit. How things going, man? I've done both. It's I can tell you, it's a lot cheaper if you got a reservoir and you want to freeze some milk jugs or some 2-liter bottles or whatever. Freeze them up. That way, you use your reservoir and a pump. You can keep it cold, and you can regulate your temperature just by adding more of those jugs when you need to. If you're using city water, and I don't know, city water here is pretty cheap, but I can tell the month that I run versus a month that I didn't, on my bill, and I can tell a difference, So you run it a few times, you're going to see it on your bill. It's going to be 8, 10, $12 increase if you run a few times a month versus not with tap water. And I quit using tap water. I'm too cheap. But yeah, a big cooler with some frozen gallon jugs works real well, and 2-liter jugs the same. Definitely save a lot of money. Or if you got a big, if you got a big tote, and it's you got 70-degree days and it's 70-degree tote, yeah, you can use that. It'll be a good 70 degrees. It'll take a while for it to warm it up to the 75 or 80, upper limit that you want. And I guess you'd go throw some 2 liters in there, help cool it. But having a big cooler and having a few jugs, frozen jugs on hand for small time, like what we do, that works real well. What's going on, Mash Brothers? Good to see y'all back. Hey, I'm about caught up now. Yeah, you don't want to fill it all the way. And you don't have to fill it all the way. Yeah, you can use any amount you want. Just remember the more space you got, a little less efficient it's going to be. But like in a 15.5-gallon keg, running 13 gallons, you shouldn't puke, and you should give yourself plenty of room. I don't like pushing it, because every time I do, I start puking, and then I have to cut back, and you want to cut it off and drain a little bit, and that's a pain in the ass. So it's best just to, run about 13 in it and not worry. Just let her rip. What's going on, Jimmy? Not with pecans, but I've done some post with pecans, and it's damn good. I like using walnuts too. Yeah, I've, actually, that grappa I was talking about a minute ago, I put it on some walnuts, and it helped it mature and age, and it gave it a unique follow. I know he's talking about hydrometers. I would say I've never done it, but I would say just grind them up if you're wanting to put it in there. I mean, to get the flavor to carry over, I don't know. I don't know how much we'll carry. I do use nuts and post flavoring, and mostly aging with some nuts in it. And yeah, I'm sorry. I definitely got to try to do better and not be so long winded on some of the answers. I probably go a little bit over on trying to answer them, but I want to make sure everybody gets a good answer. And on the grappa I did, but on the true grappa that I was talking about, where I did the pumice and the stems and all that, and I did share, yeah. But the other grappa that I made that turned out really well, that was just the grape juice. So the grape skins and all that went to the true grappa that I really didn't like at all. But the ones that just the grape juice made some top notch grappa. It's outstanding. It's really good. But the pumice method, using the stems and just the leftovers after it gets pressed, it's basically just a sugar wash, because you have to add a lot of sugar to it once you add the water, and you have to sugar it up just to get a decent gravity. And I just wasn't a fan at all. Yes, it does, brother. Good night. Yeah, we're going to have to call it a night too. I think I've caught up with all the questions. Well, that's awesome, brother. The electric whittler. That sounds awesome, man. Are you on YouTube? I have to come check it out, man. Everybody that's watching, give him a shout. Check him out sometime. Josephus seems like a pretty good fella. Got family from back where I grew up. The Silent Cigar Review Show. Now, have you ever heard of the Black Patch Cigar Company? That's my buddy's company, Eric. It's small. He's small, but makes some really top-notch cigars. From what I'm told, I don't smoke a lot of them. I quit smoking. I got a box of them up there, though. I've had for a long time. Appreciate you, Mike. Yeah, let me know, man, for sure. We'll definitely meet up and go to Texas Roadhouse, get some bite to eat, hang out for a little bit, have some drink. Sounds good. Yeah, it gets expensive. Yeah, that's a good little pump to have. They use that for beer, a wort pump. I think that would be best, Jimmy. I really do. An apple rye. If if you want to do something different, maybe mix some rye in there. That spice, that'll make a little spice carry over. But with the pecans, I would say it'd probably be best to put in the jars and or if you got a infuser, I guess you could. I don't know if you could make like a peanut butter with it, mix it maybe with something else to thin it out so nothing get. That might work if you want a real nutty hard nut flavor. But just storing them in the jar with it. It gives it some color, because a lot of that red tannins will come off those nuts, and it'll give it a little bit of color and some good flavor. But yeah, I think that'd be the best way to go for sure, brother. And just like that, hell, I made it to the end. It's only 11:40. Oh Lord, I better get off here before somebody asks another question. I'm so sorry it took me so long to get to them all. Hell, a lot of people come and gone, and I'm sorry. I hope you stayed long enough for me to get to your questions and get them answered. And I definitely appreciate, Clint and Jeff helped me out, keeping me up. Because if it wasn't for you guys, I'd have a lot of pissed off people saying, "God damn it, he never answered my question. Long-winded motherfucker just sits there and talks all night. Doesn't take my damn question." I'm sorry. I'll try to do better, but having Clint and Jeff in here, man, helps a lot, and I appreciate you guys. Don't feel like you're trying to step on my toes at all or take over the show. I'm not like that at all, brothers. So not at all. If I see something, the only thing I've seen different was the temperature glucose. Mine goes in. I could be wrong about that very well, or just different glucose or beta glucanase, but versus glucoamylate. There's a lot of differences. So we'll figure that out. But hell no. I appreciate y'all answering, and everybody else does too. Both of you very knowledgeable. Couldn't do it without you. I really appreciate y'all's help, and it helps the show for sure. All right, Clint. Let me ask. Okay. Damn, wow. Okay, it's still moving. Okay, there it goes. Damn, I locked up there. Got slow. Clint, let's see. At the very bottom of yours, does it say on YouTube? Let me look at this on YouTube real quick and see what you see. Because I'm not used to looking at it on YouTube, but I can pull it up live here and see what you see and tell you what to click on. Okay. All right. All right, at the bottom of the screen, you see where it says Distilling 101 Distillers Chat Q&A. Let me give you a shortcut to okay. That Facebook page right there is the Distilling 101 Q&A podcast page. That's my page that I use to stream to. You can see all the different pages that we stream to. So we got the Moonshine Militia podcast, that's on Facebook. You can see the Moonshine Militia. You can see Fieldbillies on YouTube. You can see the Militia on Twitch. You can see the Militia on Twitter. And then you see the Distilling 101 podcast page. And then you see Fieldbilly Moonshine on Facebook. So those are all the different places I stream to. But the link that I just sent out is a link. And for everybody watching, and if you want, please, it would help me out a lot if you go to that page and follow it. Let's see, you may have to click the plus button or the three dots to open up follow instead of just hitting the like button. Follow it. I need more followers in there. I'm trying to get to 500, and so once I do, it will help me get on more reels, the Facebook reels and stuff, and it'll help grow the fan base and the people that come in and watch it, and we'll get more people into the craft and more questions for Scott and Jeff to answer, I guess, and Clint to answer, So yeah, but yeah, go to that page and click notifications, and it'll. A lot of the time, people say they don't get the notifications, so click that little notification thing, and it should give you a notification every time. Now, I will say that we also use it for the Thirsty Thursday, the ladies' night thing, and for the shit show on Friday, and for a lot of the live streams, like if we're out live streaming and stuff, it'll. Okay, so what page did that? Let me. Well, I mean, it should take you to the Distilling 101 podcast page, but you're not seeing it live on there? You should see the live stream on there. It should be the very top one. I've got several. Slobber box. I got some answers. And there's some people that watch it from in here. Huh. That's strange. Maybe because of the Android. Check it on your PC and see. Oh, that's what it is. Probably, yeah. It's probably because you're on your phone for sure. But definitely go on there on the PC and for everybody watching it, if you can, go there and if it allow you to, click those. I think you have to click like three dots to actually follow. It gives you the like option, but to follow, you have to click the three dots, which makes you jump through hoops. I wish they'd fix that. But for everybody, if you could follow it, it'd help me out a lot. It'd get me more exposure on the actual the short videos that they post on Facebook, and it'll get more people watching us and increase the fan base and try to get more people in the militia and grow the hobby. That's what it's all about: helping each other out and growing the hobby and making sure everybody's safe and not using those pickle guns. All right, brother. I appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, I'm caught up. Now that's not mine. That's Phil Billy's. Okay, all right. Just turn off the stove. If it's on the stove, just turn it off. If it's on a whatever you're using to heat it, just turn the heat source off and let it slow down, cool slowly. If you're on the stove, turn the vent above it on because you're obviously leaking and you don't want those alcohol vapors coming out. Don't open the lid until you can touch it. But if you can take the yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, just that was a novel thing. We want you to be safe, brother. So find you a good cheap bever or a good keg. If you've got a thumper, yeah, if you've got a thumper on it, you may get some suction and some implosion, run a risk. So, if you turn the heat off back when we were talking about it, you should be out of most of the danger zone. I mean, if you're really concerned about it, if you got some grill gloves, you can, grab that thing, run outside, just throw it in the yard, forget about it, right? And let it cool off out there. But that was kind of done as a novelty thing. I don't know if you might not have heard me talking about it because I was so far behind. But Philbilly did that just as a novelty thing to show that if the shit hit the fan and you didn't have your steel or have anything, you could still make some alcohol to like dress wounds with or an emergency sanitation or to drink if you wanted to, or as a fire starter, or to cook your food under an alcohol burner. There's a lot of things that you could use it for other than drink. So it was kind of a shit at the fan. This is pretty cool, but don't try this at home kind of thing. So let's get on philbilly.com and get you a cheap bever, or get on eBay or Amazon and get you a good stainless pot or a little small coffee pot if you can afford it, and let's get you going on the safe path because that was all done in fun and it got tons of views, millions of views, and it is cool to know that you could do that if you had to, but that was done as more of a novel idea than something that you want to do. So just leave everything as it is, let it cool. Uh, don't have to worry about opening anything up. Just let it sit, get cool. May take an hour or two. Once it doesn't boil anymore, the danger's past, so don't worry about it. Just let it sit there. It'll get cool naturally, and promise me you won't use it again. All right. All right, for everybody, it's good seeing y'all. I missed y'all this past weekend, so it's been a little bit of a break. Um, so I guess, good Lord willing, we'll see you all on Saturday, unless you tune in for the shit show on Friday, and you can jump in there. And of course, you can ask questions in too. You might get some crazy answers, but you know, but if it's not boiling anymore, is it, RJ? I know there's a little delay. I'm waiting on you to answer. So as long as it's got the heat off and it's not boiling anymore, you can also, if you got like a glass top, if you got some real gloves or some gloves that you can just push it off the heat so it'll cool down quicker, that'd be fine too. But yeah, turn it all the way off. Yeah, just turn it off and just push it back. It's not boiling anymore. Yeah, you'll get some reverse pressure. If that had been, a thin copper steel, it probably would have imploded on you. But yeah, you probably got a vacuum and it probably sucked back and filled it. Yeah, don't use that anymore, man. Save that. Maybe you can use that as an infuser down the road. Way down the road. Get you a cheap steel. Get you a little keg, pony keg, or your full size keg, and a little whiskey head for it. Or it's the vacuum that's created. See, when it's hot, all the molecules inside are have expanded. Everything it expanded up, and when you cool it off, everything contracts. That contraction, it sucks back. It's pretty interesting. I mean, you can take an egg and set it on top of a jar, like a hard-boiled egg, and set it on top of a jar, and put some heat in that jar and suck it right in the jar. And to get it to come back out, turn it upside down and heat that jar up, and it'll come right back out. But it's when you have the real steel, you'll put a valve on the top, or you can just take the cap off. But most people put it like a half-inch valve just to get a little uh, valve that you can operate. It's not a gate valve; it's a my mind's going. But anyway, you can put your valve on there, a ball valve on there, and when you're done, you open up that valve, and it allows the air into that, and it gets the pressure changes, right? So that would definitely be what you want to put on your bever or whatever you get. Yeah. And especially if you're running a thumper. If you got it running straight to your worm, unless you've got a negative spot in your worm, usually that will suck back to your worm. But don't. So no, don't use the pickle steel anymore. And I'm not going to answer any more questions on the pickle steel. So if you continue to run it at your own risk. So I'm not going to answer any more questions on it. It was done as a novelty. So yeah, don't do it. That's my last answer on that. Turn the heat off, walk away, push it, uh, leave the lines. We're not going to take any responsibility for giving advice or good advice or bad advice. My house burned down. It's your fault. You're going to sue me. No, I ain't doing that kind of thing. So don't use the pickle jar. Turn the heat off. Should have long time ago. Push it away. Throw it outside. Do whatever you got to do. But don't. It's risky. Very risky. Risk burning up your house and everything. It's Distilling's serious. Phil Willie did that. He's had his regrets. He's like, it was a great video, got a lot of views, but he doesn't want anybody getting hurt. He doesn't want anybody, car explode in their kitchen catch on fire or anything like that. So we try to disclaim on that as much as we can. I'm not saying put anything on your pickle jar. I'm saying don't ever use it. Okay, it's just too risky. But yeah, they make valves that'll do that automatically, and that they put on a lot of the copper steels. But they're like $10, $12 valves, and I wouldn't trust that on a $3,000 copper steel. Put a ball valve on it just to say maybe a little bigger, larger steel. But yeah, I'm putting the ball valve on there. Maybe those, in case I forget to open the valve, and instead of imploding, they'll actually work. I wouldn't risk it. But yeah, I'm not trying to be red RJ, but it's crazy risky using that thing. Don't ever use it again. Promise me you won't. And get you a cheap steel. There's too many cheap ones out there that you can get. I can't give any advice on that because it's just my advice. Don't ever use it again. Get you a Bever. You know, the little if you're willing to do a pickle jar, get you a 5, 7, 8 gallon Bever steel. Those would be fine, and we can watch modifications. Get the little football steel. I think they make them in an 8 gallon. Clint, maybe you can help me on that. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. There's a 13.2. I mean, they got little 5 gallons for $80. You know, or you can spend 34 and get a 13.2. You know, or yeah, and get a 13.2 with a. Well, no, there's. Yeah, get a little cheap Weber, or talk to Phil Billy and get a little copper steel or a beer keg. You know, $35. You know, or yeah, this right here. Put that on a beer keg and you'd be making awesome stuff and it'd be a lot safer, man. I mean, I'm not trying to be red about the pickle jar. I can't give you any advice on what to do other than turn it off, you know, take the line out of the thumper, put some gloves on and pull the line out of the thumper. If it's not boiling, then you're not going to have vapor coming off. So it's not going to be a big, huge risk. But yeah, just pull the line, or I'm not sure how it's connected on yours. If you can open up your thumper, you know, if it's a lid, if you can open up that and let some air into that, it'll suck back, take it off. Um, but yeah, don't use it, man. Don't. It's just dangerous. It can be done, and you know you've proved it. Philly's proved it, but it's not what you want to do, bro. All right, great. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, as long as it's not boiling anymore, you won't be having any really major vapors coming off. And but do go ahead and put some gloves on and take apart your thumper. I'm not sure how your thumper's rigged up. Pull the line going into the thumper. It's not something you're going to use again anyway. So jerk it some bitch off and let it sit till it cools up enough to where you get it away, and then you can take it outside and open it up. It's not going to explode in your face or anything like that. Uh, but yeah, it's a dangerous thing to do. We don't want anybody doing it. That's 100% the reason we're here. Um, yeah, yeah. It's our whole point on here is trying to keep things safe for everybody and make the hobby safe. And I don't want other people getting the idea. Hey, let's try. You know, no, don't do it. It's one of those things that Phil really did, and after it is like, man, I hope a lot of people don't try that and get hurt doing that, you know. And so he's tried over the years to tell people, no, don't do this, you know. So yeah, it's a novel thing, and if you know if the shit hit the fan and you had to, you know, now that you could, but definitely don't try to use putty on the joints, you know, and all this. You definitely have to do it a little bit differently, but we'll not even go there. Um, Yeah, get you a cheap little beaver or get you a keg, you know, a little pony keg, a little 7.5 gallon keg, works good. Move the spear out safely. Just make sure you're standing over it when you push that ball valve so you can get a good bath, a beer bath. I like telling people, yeah, you know, standing over it, push that thing down with a screwdriver, they get a beer bath. It's funny. They get mad at me. All right, everybody, I'm gonna get off here. It's midnight. Damn, I've run 4 hours. Thanks for hanging with me, Clint. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. And I will see you all on Saturday. And I am this week going to work on the step-by-step method for just simple grain, a little how-to, and I'll be handing that out. Yeah, that's 100%. We're here to teach safety first, and method later, but we want everybody to be safe, and that's you know, what they say the reason this is illegal is because they want everybody to be safe. Well, that's bullshit. You know, they don't care about our safety. But yeah, I know, brother. Yeah, it's tough. Um, but yeah, a keg, $35. You know, you pick them up. You might even be able to get one for free if you know a lot of people and look around. You know, and go to some junk yards. You know, see if there's any stainless steel beer kegs there. You don't want them old aluminum ones, but sometimes they take them to the scrap yards. Will have them there. They'll sell them pretty cheap. Or go to a fraternity house. They'll have them laying around outside after they get drunk. Just pick one up. uh, but yeah, it's you can get them on the marketplace. You know, anywhere from 20 to $40, and just work from there. But definitely don't use the jars anymore. And with that, we'll get off here. Y'all have a great weekend. Well, great week. We will see you there this weekend. Same time, same place. And I'm going to have that chart hopefully by the end. Yeah, beer keg. Yep, regular old beer keg. But you got to save your pennies because you, you can buy that right there for about $120. You stick at 120 to 140 range. You stick that on a beer keg, and you got your pretty good steal. Y'all take care. I'm going to sign off here. It's after midnight, and I'm going to turn it into a pumpkin. So glad y'all tuned in. We'll see y'all Saturday. Until then, shine on, stay safe, and we'll see y'all later.